All right, guys, welcome back to the stream. Welcome back to the channel. Welcome if you are new here. Thank you guys so much for joining me today and waiting patiently for the intro to finish up. I thought for sure today was going to be a later day. Thought I was going to be streaming, noticeably later than normal. But luckily, that's not going to be the case. I had a doctor's appointment earlier, but it went very quickly, very smoothly. Yeah, Titus. Yeah, be on the lookout for that, man. Seems like it's really starting to hit the fan for Grand Theft Auto 6 and Rockstar and Take-Two Interactive. But yeah, I had a feeling that was going to happen. There were like rumors that maybe they had the full build of the game or whatever. But no one really could be sure, but yeah, it seems pretty clear they have a full build of the game. So you're going to want to be on the lookout for spoilers. We're not going to be doing any spoiler stuff here. I don't even know if GTA 6 is going to be a part of the conversation. I mean, I guess it'll pop up now and again. But Mini Tom, what's up, man? We finally did it. We finally got you a membership, bro. You know what was so funny too, Mini Tom? You remember when you popped in for like 30 seconds during the state of play for Phantom Blade Zero, and you're like, well, it's like 2 a.m. here, and I'm going to sleep now. Literally within 10 minutes after you leaving, we got some member gifts, and you were like one of the first people gifted. I'm like, that's funny stuff, man. No, New Soul, don't do it. Don't do it, New Soul. But yeah, it's good. And yeah, so just a heads up, we're going to be doing a morning with the missus tomorrow. I'll be doing like a pre-stream member drop for like 30 or 45 minutes to get as many people in as we can. But after that, we'll be doing a members exclusive episode of Morning with the Missus. We'll be doing a P.O. box opening. But yeah, we have to talk about Hermen Hulst, our favorite PlayStation executive. And we need to acknowledge that PlayStation fans are crying out. They're demanding that Sony fire Hermen Hulst and replace this man immediately. So we're going to talk about that. We're going to talk about the Duskbloods. We got some information about the Duskbloods, and pretty interested in this game. No, I did not see the trailer for Black Myth Zi Hong Kwai. I did not see that. I like saw it pop up, but I didn't get a chance to watch it. Does it look good? Does it look better than Black Myth Wukong? Hermen Hulst has immunity. He's not going anywhere. Bring back Jim Ryan. Oh boy. We didn't know how good we had it. You can 360 no scope in Duskbloods. Looks crazy. Are you serious? Can you really? Yeah, the Duskbloods seems like it's going to be interesting. But yeah, I want to take a moment and ask you guys to please hit that like button. Okay, if you enjoy the streams, if you enjoy the show, hitting that like button lets me know you enjoy it, and it helps with YouTube's algorithm. So take a moment, hit the like button. Helps me out a lot. And looks like more of a game instead of a boss rush simulator like Wukong. Interesting. Sparky, thank you for I've never seen that one before. He sent a gift. Although it doesn't seem like it says what it is. Oh, there it is. He sent a loot box. Thank you for that, for 1,000 jewels. Appreciate that, buddy. Appreciate that. And we have a $2 direct donation from PlayStation Contraband, who says Sony paid for marketing and first gameplay may be on an Xbox. LOL, seems like an Indian developer got fished, and it's from Xbox, an Xbox Scarlet Dev Kit and PC. Really? I didn't know that. That is, I mean, it's poetic, isn't it? it's poetic. The amount of money that Sony probably paid for the marketing deal just for the first gameplay to leak out and potentially be shown on an Xbox dev kit. You can't make this stuff up. I mean, I don't know. Like I've been thinking about it, and it sucks, but I just kind of get the feeling that something like this was bound to happen for GTA 6 specifically. You know, it is an anomaly of a game, and we've seen stuff like this happen for lesser games. But I don't know. I think maybe what may have curbed my line of thinking there was, well, it already leaked out once. You know what I mean? Like the entire early build of the game leaked. So there it is. That was the big GTA leak. But no, here we are closer to launch. And the thing that really gets me, just to touch on that for a moment, the thing that really gets me is I'm looking at I did watch, I'm not going to talk about it because I know people, they don't want to hear any more about the game. And I don't blame you. But I did watch the latest leak. And I'm not going to comment on it, give my thoughts on it. All I'm going to say is that it made me realize, and I think a lot of people realize this, that there's a lot of damage that these hackers can do between now and November. And that's the thing. It's the time gap. It's the fact that, like, it's not October 28th and this is happening. It's not November 15th and this is happening. We are months away from this game coming out, and these people are going to clearly ruin the entire thing. You know, it's not just going to be, it's not just going to continue to be these like little clips of like random stuff that is mostly inconsequential. Soon it's going to start to be, you know, like it's like I wouldn't be surprised if by the time this game comes out, the entire thing is already out there. The entire thing. Broccoli Rob, yeah, I've been playing a little bit of Mortal Shell 2. It's very good. Very good. But, you know, will it actually, you think they'll open the floodgates next week before the Netflix event? Probably. Will it change anything? Probably not. No. Once the story leaks, that's going to be code red. Yeah. Yeah. I mean, it's probably already code red right now. But yeah, we'll see what happens. We'll see what happens. I mean, I think I'm at a point where I'm going to try to stay away. It's hard though, man, you know? Like, truthfully, I don't mind watching any of the leaks that we've gotten so far because they don't seem egregious. Like, there's nothing they're showing that makes me go, oh no, they're ruining it for me. But yeah, if they start doing story stuff, that's going to start to feel to me like I don't want to, you know, I am interested in the story. I don't want anything like spoiled or ruined for me. I think most people feel that way. But yeah, we're gonna talk a little bit about Hermen Hulst today. Mr. Hulst, the guy who just seemingly is going to be at PlayStation forever. Not sure why, but so let me give you some context here. I think most of you guys, oh, hold on. Interesting. Michael, what's up, man? Insider Gaming just released, and I quote, Take-Two loses $2 billion in value following the GTA 6 leaks. Ooh. Yeah, that's not good. That's not good. We have a super chat from Cheese and Chainsaws. He drops a £5 chat. Thank you, man. And he says, I'm just happy they are finally adding things like fuel for cars, tools needed for break-ins. All these things have been in the RP version since 2018, 2019. Yeah, I mean, it makes sense, right? Like, I feel like when you look at GTA 5 and you look at the improvements that the community has made to that game, you know, in the years since GTA 5 came out, especially once it made its way to PC, it feels like a natural evolution of like, okay, like, write that down, write that down. I would assume it'll be more refined, than maybe what we've gotten so far, like in the RP servers. But it is cool to think that the community likely influenced certainly some of the decisions that Rockstar is making with GTA 6. And I think that's, this is part of the game that really does fascinate me is the amount of depth, with each mechanic and how far it can really be taken. I think that's going to be exciting. It makes you wonder, like, when GTA 6 eventually does go to PC and they do the RP, servers, of course, like, what else people are going to think of now? How much further the community can take it. We have Sean Mitchell, a member for 40 months. Thank you for being a part of the MBG family for so long, Sean. He says, I've been doing a heavy pass on the leaks as they just aren't a proper representation of where the game is at. None of it will look as good as Thursday. And you're right. Yeah, I mean, the footage I've seen, I will say it looks like a later build of the game. But I don't know that it's the final build of the game. Certainly not. The quality that's being shown, it's like the video quality itself is not great. There's something with it looks dark. It looks like it has like a shade of gray over it, and it's got the watermarks all over it, which is very annoying. But I can just, I mean, I'm with you on that one, Sean. Like, it does get me more excited to honestly see the game properly shown off. It does get me more excited because I do think that, like, if this is how good it's looking with some secondhand footage, that's being leaked out with not great video quality, I can only imagine what the game's actually going to look like when we get to see it in 4K, hopefully 60 frames per second. I'm excited. I have to admit, I'm excited. I know that there are some people who are like, oh, it doesn't look as good, or it looks underwhelming. And I'm like, I don't know, man. I think some people were expecting I think some people forgot, like, this is a game in an established series. You know what I mean? Like, it's not gonna, it's you kind of have an idea of what to expect. I did get a direct donation from Venino, a $3 tip. Thank you for that, buddy. He says, MBG, not gonna lie, after seeing Wukong 2, Animusha, and Phantom Blade Zero is why I think Wolverine looks bad, just at fidelity mechanics. I'm crazy. Sony fumbled. I don't know. I don't know. I mean, I get that. I get that. I mean, you see these games and these, especially with something like Phantom Blade Zero and Wukong 2, like they have a depth to them that I think people are pretty convinced won't be there for something like Wolverine. I'm not I mean, I don't know though. Like, I still have this feeling that Insomniac might be holding things back. I'm not sure why they would do that. I don't blame anybody for assuming otherwise, because usually when they do these previews, when they show the game, they want to try to show it in the best possible light. So it doesn't make any sense to hold things back. But there's a lot of competition. No denying. There's no denying there's a lot of competition. I do think a game like Wolverine does kind of also lean more heavily on the cinematic side of it as well, and the presentation. And stuff like that does matter to me. But no, I don't think you're crazy. I think it's totally fine if people think Wolverine looks underwhelming. I don't have any problem with people having that opinion. All opinions are welcome. The only time I have a problem is if, and this goes for like most other games, is if people are really trying hard to create like a bad faith argument where it's like, well, I don't, saying that other games you think look a lot better and look like they're going to be worth your time and money, that's not a bad faith argument. Different strokes for different folks, man. Thank you, Venino. We have Cheese and Chainsaws with another £5 super chat. He says, it'll be dumbed down, you mean? LOL. You don't realize how hard it is to rob cars and the mini games you need to master on the RP side, especially banks. Yeah, I don't have any idea. You're probably right. I mean, I have no doubt that knowing how these community-driven experiences tend to be, that they're probably as sophisticated as it can get. I guess I don't know. Maybe you're right about that. I I guess I would have assumed naturally that if Rockstar took something that was already created, you know, like they took inspiration from it, they have an idea, they would find a way to make it even more intricate. But there is the idea that this game is meant to, sell tens of millions of copies. And so because of that, I guess what I'm trying to say is I can definitely see people who are like modding the game and creating their own mechanics, like creating like super overly complex and complicated mechanics that it's just like this isn't gonna, like, we do have to dumb this down for people to be able to actually grasp what the hell they're doing and what's going on, you know? So I guess that does make sense. And that probably is how it'll be. But I'm excited. Like I mean GTA 5, I think it has a good amount of depth. Red Dead Redemption 2, in my opinion, is definitely a huge step above it, where it's like there's way more depth with Red Dead 2. And so I guess for me, what I'm going to be looking for is somebody who doesn't play the RP servers. I'm going to be seeing how much more depth is there in GTA 6 compared to Red Dead 2. And Cheese, you're saying type into YouTube no pixel dev thermite mini game. Hold on, let me see. Yeah, I've watched some stuff. I remember I was watching that cop role playing or whatever, and it was like they're like super real about it, or they're trying to make it super real and sim like. No pixel dev thermite mini game. Let's see. See how nonsense. Oh my god. Oh, okay. It's 55 seconds. Let me see.
Go to watch it again, and then I'll.
Right? So we have 7.
Yeah,
Right.
yeah.
Oh, it's like is it like a match game? They got a bunch of.
I know what you need to do. So, bro, listen to me. Can you hear me?
Mm-hmm.
When you click one of the things, the highlighted ones that are open, click those. Click the same icon, and it'll disappear.
Okay. Yeah, that's. Yeah, I don't know. I don't know if they're gonna make it that crazy. It's a thermite mini game. My God, we got mini games within mini games. No, we're not. I'm telling people not to spoil anything, and we're gonna try to refrain from talking about the GTA 6 leaks too much because more and more stuff's starting to come out, and I know people don't want it ruined for them. But yeah, that's pretty intense. That was the easier one. Well, I guess we'll find out. I mean, next week, they're doing the Netflix presentation. We're gonna see just how in depth it is. Get a guy saying, "Yeah, this ain't the movies make our superheroes look like the superheroes and hire a voice actor." Michael, I don't know if you're still in the chat, but yeah, I got your message, bro. We have a $4.35 direct donation, very specific, from a Black Tux. He says, Black Myth 2 looks phenomenal. Chinese studios are smoking the West and Japan. Just 2 years after Wukong and already a trailer. China is so exciting, man. I agree. The Chinese development scene seems to be starting to really take off. It's been kind of, I'd say, building up over the last couple of years. The only thing for me is like, I do notice there's a heavy theme with the bigger, more successful Chinese games. Like you look at Phantom Blade Zero, you look at Black Myth Wukong, the sequel to it, and it's like a type of game. I'm curious to see if we start to see some of these Chinese devs do like really different types of games and how those will fare. You know what I mean? But yeah, the games that we're seeing, they do look incredible. And I'm always quick to highlight the insane success that Black Myth Wukong found, where it's like, bro, I think it sold over 25 million copies. So, Ray, you're saying, MBG, did you get the Ride or Die Jedi guy messaging. Oh, about the email, about my email. Yeah, yeah. I was a little bit late. I think he ended up finding it on his own because by the time I saw it, I was like, oh, oops. So we're all good there. Yeah, so far, Titus. So far, but I think that's going to change. Yeah, I don't know. Something Black Myth Wukong. I mean, people love that game. I don't know why. Like, I kind of struggled with it a bit. Struggled with it, and I didn't feel the same about it as a lot of people. So I'll be curious to see the sequel here and how it's different. But MBG, do I think Sony will fire Herman Hulst? I don't. I don't think. I don't know. I mean, it seems like they're unwilling to let him go, and I'm not sure why. Like, I don't know if it's a situation where they just are afraid that they're not going to find someone better or more qualified. I'm not sure, but considering they haven't fired him yet, I'm going to say no, they probably won't. But I'm going to go over this article with you guys. My social credit just went up. All right. Yeah, I'll run PlayStation Studios. I'll straighten them out. I'll get them where they need to be. Why should they fire him? Well, we're going to go over this here. Guys, do me a favor. Like I said, make sure you're hitting that like button. If you want to support the channel and the content, we are completely fan-funded. I can only do what I do here because you guys make it possible. Consider becoming a channel member. We're doing a Morning with the Missus tomorrow. Consider gifting memberships, super chats, direct donations. They all keep things flowing here. And so a big shout out and thank you to everybody who supports directly. Hire me for PR. I would absolutely want nothing to do with PlayStation's PR. It's like an impossible job. Like, my job would be to communicate with the players and the fans, but I would have to try to do so in a way to keep them happy while Sony's making insane business decisions. No, thank you. I don't want to walk that tightrope. It seems like Sony's PR is basically just ignore everybody. Don't say anything to anybody ever for any reason. Just do your thing. Cheese with another £5 super chat. Thank you, buddy. He says Chinese games is what you achieve without workers' rights. They have a well-known 996 work schedule, 9 a.m. to 9 p.m., 6 days a week. Check it up. It's well reported. That's yeah, that's like not humane. 996. The 996 work schedule is an intense corporate practice in China requiring employees to work from 9 a.m. to 9 p.m. 6 days a week, totaling 72 hours per week. Jesus. Popularized during the country's tech boom by major firms, it was heavily criticized as modern slavery and ruled illegal by China's Supreme Court, though informal pressure to overwork persists. I don't mean to laugh, but I'm just like, I feel like that goes on here too. Like the exact same thing. Like the insane crunch. That's what Naughty Dog was doing. Naughty Dog was incorporating the 996. That's why they got in a bunch of trouble. No, that sounds awful. That's not human. That's not humane. I mean, come on. You know what the worst part about that is? It's all fake. That's like the worst part about it is like it doesn't actually even matter. Like, what is the rush with all of this? Who made these rules? I'm telling you, it's the people who made the rules. They're the ones to blame. Like, who decided? You know? Sean Mitchell with a £5 super chat. Thank you, man. He says 18-minute gameplay trailer of Silent Hill today captured on the PS5 Pro 2. Have you watched it, MBG? I can't wait for it as it's set in my country. Oh, that is exciting. I haven't watched the new trailer that came out, but I did watch the last gameplay. I think it was like a 10-minute gameplay demonstration or like it was one of those things where they just like kept showing 2 to 3 minute chunks of different gameplay from different areas, and it looks good. I don't know, like, I can tell you right now, this upcoming Silent Hill game is not going to be a game I'm going to be playing day one because there's just too many games coming out. By the way, the Duskbloods is coming out September 24th as well. You kidding me? Like, what kind of sick joke is this? What I've seen of the gameplay, I think it looks good. I'm just not sure. I'm not sure if like I'm gonna enjoy it because it's very much like. See, the thing about Silent Hill 2 remake that I loved so much was it balanced combat and survival and survival horror. They balanced it so well, where there's like way more combat in Silent Hill 2 remake than you maybe would have first thought, but it was like it fit perfectly. I don't know in this game, like this game makes it seem like every combat encounter is a huge risk. And I don't know how I'm going to feel about that. Like on one hand, I'm like, okay, this could be interesting. On the other, though, I could see it being very stressful. It seems like one of these games where you're like more helpless. But then again, one of my favorite horror games ever is Outlast. So it's like in that game you can't do anything but hide. So I think I'll probably end up liking it when I do play it. Playing Outlast. Well, you said Outcast. I don't know if you meant you're saying playing Outcast on acid ruined horror games for you. Yeah, I could see that. Dwayne, what's up, man? I'm doing okay today. Appreciate you asking. Interesting topic and title of the stream today. Yeah, I have to check out that new Black Myth gameplay. People are telling me about it. We have Saul Goodman. He uses his milestone chat. Member for 21 months. Saul, thank you for that long-time support, buddy. You're saying, seen the Wolverine Suits trailer. To be honest, there's nothing Rockstar can do to stop the hacker now. By the way, rumors said state of play on September 3rd, but nobody cares anymore. You're right. Nobody does care. I mean, people care, but it's going to take a lot. I think people care, but they don't feel excited. You know what I mean? Some people genuinely don't care, though. I did not see the Wolverine Suits trailer. In fact, I didn't even know that there was a Wolverine Suits trailer. Did they just drop that? And you're saying there's nothing Rockstar can do to stop the hacker now. I think you're probably right about that. Yeah. I think it's a little bit. I mean, what can they do? Really? Like, something tells me that even if Rockstar and Take-Two were to meet their demands, they wouldn't stop. I think these hackers know what they're doing, and I think the whole point of it is they have the goods, and they're going to put it out there. I think that's what they're going to do, and I don't think there's anything Rockstar or Take-Two can do, but we're going to find out. Yeah, next week's going to be crazy, for sure. In case you didn't see it, there's a second group hacking Rockstar now. Oh, geez. I mean, this is getting a little crazy. A second group? Again, perhaps it was bound to happen, considering the height of this game, the anomalistic nature of this game. Ray, thank you for that. Dropping the Suits trailer. Is it a long one? Oh, it's like 30 seconds. New leather suit. Oh, that's cool. Yeah. I mean, that's one of the things I actually am really looking forward to, are all the different suits. Are they going to have an Old Man Logan suit? Oh, this is for the deluxe edition. Okay. Interesting. They got to have an Old Man Logan one, right? All right, let me go over this report with you guys, or it's an opinion piece. So let me give you the context first. Okay, we're diving into the first topic. Hold on. Every time I'm about to start this, Buzz, you're saying one of the hackers claims they have the whole 20-minute Netflix show? No way. Got to pay extra for those suits? Yeah, you do. Stupid. I do hate that stuff. I hate, like, it's fine, like, if people want to spend their money on it, but I just, I don't know, man. Like I look at these 5 suits, and I'm like, I'd be totally fine without them. I don't need them. There's a video being recommended to me called, this is the title of the video. It's got 40,000 views in 20 hours. Marvel's Wolverine, slap for Goyim. And in the thumbnail, they have 3 different shots of Wolverine from the game. One says gay, one says Goyim, one says garbage, and they have a Israeli flag on Wolverine's suit. It, like, I just genuinely have to question what has happened. Like, I'm not necessarily pro censorship, but I do have to question what happened to YouTube and social media as a whole, where, like, people are just getting paid for this. Like, people are going to say what they're going to say, and they're going to have their opinions, and there's going to be a lot of crazy people saying crazy things. I just think it's kind of wild that we are just at this point where, like, yeah, I can make this my thumbnail and I'm going to make bank. I mean, bro. And I don't even know, like, I don't even know what the possible connection here could even be, by the way. But okay. Social media is over, man. Like, it's hard not to laugh at it because it's just like, this is just insane. I mean, it's I don't know. It's just a combination of 2 things, and I'm like, what are we doing? What are we doing right now? You know what I feel like? You know what I feel like when I look at that thumbnail and that title? I literally feel like somebody was just like, okay, let me find some of the most popular talking points. Oh, anti-Semitism is peaking. Oh, look at that. Marvel's Wolverine is trending. Let's just combine the 2. I'm like, dude, it literally feels like that's what's happening. Makui Ninja, you're saying, I got an answer. His initials are DJT. Wait, Makui Ninja, what do you... I don't, for some reason, I don't understand. And somebody's saying that apparently this guy actually has the Netflix show for GTA. If it's true, the PC build of GTA 6 is going to be out before the console versions. If what they claim to have is real. You were... what? DJT, yes. Trump. I mean, I don't know. Don't get political up in here. But we'll see. We'll see what happens. So I don't know. I didn't put that together, Makui Ninja. We'll see what happens. Marvel's Wolverine is Goyim slap. I don't know. I don't understand. Like, okay, here's what's weird. So somebody's asking, like, what is Goyim? So, like, my understanding, Goyim is essentially, like, it's a term that Jewish people use to describe people who are not Jewish. I think it's considered like a kind of offensive term. Like, it's not like a good term. It's like there's like There are the Jews, and then there's the Goyim. And you're one or the other. You know what I mean? What's weird about this title of this person's video is it's like it seems to be, it says Marvel's Wolverine Goyim slop for Goyim. And it's like so it can almost be interpreted as like, wait, are you Jewish? And do you get what I'm saying? Like, it's saying this game is for the Goyim and we should deserve better. I just don't understand what's even trying to be communicated. And yet I'm over here, I'm over analyzing it. It's just for clicks. It's working. Anyway, Hermen Hulst. You know what is trash? You know what is garbage? Hermen Hulst and his inability to run studios. All right. So I'm gonna say this just so, because I'm not trying to offend anybody, but just to be completely correct, Goy singular and Goyim plural are Hebrew and Yiddish words for meaning nation or nations commonly used to describe non-Jewish people. While traditionally a neutral out-group term, it can carry a dismissive or colloquial tone. Recently, the term has reemerged online as viral internet slang and edgy youth culture. So in other words, I'm just telling you guys this because, like, in other words, people are using the term, and I'm not Jewish, by the way, but people are using this term absolutely not knowing even remotely what it means. It's like one of these terms where people are now just placing meaning upon it, you know? But then again, I didn't watch the video, so who knows? Anyway, it's neither here nor there. 2026, people. It's only getting better. Can't wait to play that Goyim slop. Gen Z probably thinks it's a slur. I mean, it's yeah, it seems like it's practically there. Again, it's not, it is a weird term though, where it's like it's not meant to be dismissive or like offensive, but it is like, oh, they're the Goyim. They're the others. Like, okay. It's whatever. Who cares? Who cares? I'm just perplexed as to why I'm seeing the Wolverine hate is getting out of control, people. All right? Like, we went from people being like, I'm not sure about that Sentinel boss battle to eat up that Wolverine Goyim slop. It's like, I don't understand. How is this escalating in this way? What are we doing? Let's move on. I spent way too much time on this. Let's move on to the first topic. 43 minutes into the stream. 43 minutes into the stream. Okay. First topic. We're talking about Hermen Hulst. Does Hermen Hulst need to be replaced? Guys, make sure you hit that like button, by the way. We have an opinion piece here from Push Square, and this was brought on by the recent news of Horizon Hunters Gathering. And just to catch you up, for those who don't know, yesterday there was a report coming from Jason Schreier where he revealed that internally Sony is very displeased and very unhappy with Horizon Hunters Gathering. And after doing play tests, apparently it's been getting negative feedback. The play tests are not good. And in fact, it's so bad that there's basically a deadline put in place for Guerrilla Games now where they have until December to change the game and make it good and turn it around. So it's not a long time. Apparently what Guerrilla Games is going to attempt to do is remove the live service aspect of Horizon Hunters Gathering in favor of making a co-op experience. So it'll just be a co-op Horizon game with a story, right? Probably the best idea they could come up with, considering they only have a couple months to make these massive changes. but it does. Jason Schreier made it sound very much like if they can't impress Sony executives with this game come December, the game will get canceled. The worst news of all, though, that's not the worst news. The worst news of all is that the majority of Guerrilla Games staff is working on Horizon Hunters Gathering. And what makes that incredibly depressing, well, there's two things. Number one, Guerrilla is one of Sony's biggest studios. They have hundreds of developers. Number two, and Jason Schreier did confirm this, there is pretty much like no Horizon 3. They only have a small team of people working on, I guess, the very early conceptual stages of Horizon 3, and it's many, many years away. So after this report came out, people are pointing the finger once again at Hermen Hulst, understandably. And so I just wanted to make sure to give you that context in case you missed it, because we're going to read this opinion piece from Push Square. And it says, opinion, Hermen Hulst has failed and PlayStation Studios needs a change. Trust me. And this was written up by Sammy Barker. Trust me, I don't take any pleasure writing an article like this, but I think Hermen Hulst may need to be ejected from, it's a funny word to use, from the top job at PlayStation Studios pronto. I've been circling this opinion for quite some time, but today's bad news about Horizon Hunters Gathering is the final nail in the coffin for me. As I said, I don't like writing this, but Hulst is a what is this word? Remunerated? I've never seen this word. Push Square is always using words that I've never seen before. Anyway, he's an executive at the highest level of a lucrative business. His decisions determine the fate of the thousands of employees under PlayStation's umbrella. And while I appreciate many voices contribute to this state of Sony's first party, Hulst has been the head of PlayStation Studios since 2019, and currently he is the title CEO of the business group. But the buck stops with him. It's not all been bad since he took over the job from esteemed executive Shuhei Yoshida. The platform holders released many successful games like Marvel Spider-Man 2 and Ghost of Yotei. From a financial perspective, it's also performing better than any gaming company was in history, with a record-breaking fiscal year forecast for the current term. It'd be reductive to say Hulst has played no part in that. But without undermining all of the work of its talented teams, the manufacturer's biggest internal success stories have been iterative by nature. And I want to say this real quick before we continue. I think like what we're reading from this article, in other words, Herman's success was basically given to him on a silver platter plate. You know, like if you look at the games that have succeeded this generation, that you could say, oh, well, Herman greenlit that. It's like, yeah, oh, what did you greenlit? You greenlit Spider-Man 2. You greenlit a Ghost sequel. I mean, you know, you look at stuff like Astrobot, and yeah, I'll give him credit for that. Where it's like, yeah, that was a good one. That one was maybe a little bit more unsure. But it's like, you know, a Death Stranding 2 was greenlit. However, that was already put into place before he became the head. So it's just like, the thing about it is when you look at PlayStation Studios' output this generation, it starts to become clear that Hermen Hulst, like his fingerprints, aren't really on those games. When it comes to the live service games, that's all Hermen Hulst. That's what Shuhei Yoshida refused to do. Shuhei Yoshida was the one who greenlit all these games, Ghost of Tsushima, Spider-Man 1. He was the one who greenlit these games well before Hermen Hulst was part of the executive branch. However, Shuhei Yoshida, I don't think he really greenlit many live service games. I mean, you could make an argument maybe he did with like Destruction All-Stars, but I just think that this is important to highlight because the stuff that is seemingly purely Hermen Hulst has all been like nearly disastrous. And it starts to make you wonder like what he does next, right? He's still in charge. The momentum is slowing down. The inertia is slowing down. It's not a wave that Herman can continue to just ride. You honestly think it was all Jim Ryan, but Herman's going to get all the blame? I mean, here's how I view it. Jim Ryan is to blame for the bad idea, right? For the idea that maybe it's like, should we go all in on live? Well, to be honest, it wasn't even Jim Ryan. You know whose fault it actually was? It was Kenichiro Yoshida's. A lot of people don't know this. This is something Shuhei Yoshida revealed since he left Sony. He said that Kenichiro Yoshida, the then CEO of Sony, wanted to pay closer attention to what was going on in the games industry, did his research, and basically came to the conclusion that live service is what we need to be doing. And so he gave the executive order from the top, Jim, we need live service. So believe it or not, it wasn't actually Jim's idea. Although he probably would have done the same thing, knowing Jim. So he was probably in agreement. But basically, Jim was the one who got the order from the CEO. And then Jim, at that point, his job was to decide who's going to be his right-hand man. That's ultimately going to have to be the tastemaker. Jim will handle the more business side of it, but he needs to have a person that's going to know, listen, we're going after live service games. You got to be the one to make sure they're the ones we need, the good ones. And that's why I think Herman does deserve so much blame, because in my opinion, Herman's failings are possibly some of the worst. Where was it a bad idea on the side of Kenichiro Yoshida, the then CEO, and Jim Ryan, where they're just handling the numbers side? They're kind of just looking at the bigger picture and being like, we absolutely need live service games. That's the money, those are the money-making machines. Yeah. I think it was misguided, because it's like you're ignoring, you're not understanding the difficulty of this. And so the only unfair part for Herman, in my opinion, the unfair part for Herman is that it was all kind of placed on him, where it's like, we expect you to just find amazing, successful live service games. And when you look at how difficult it is to do that, how lucky you have to be, you could make an argument that Shuhei Yoshida probably could have, I don't say probably, but there's a chance he could have failed the same way. There's almost an argument to be made where I don't want to say it's not Herman's fault, but it's like, I don't know who you would put in charge that would be able to just boom, 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 boom. However, and this is the important part, the reason why I look at Herman and I'm like, I think you got to go, is because when you start to look deeper into, okay, let me try to understand, let me look at the live service games that Hermen Hulst greenlit, the ones that he wanted, and really try to evaluate why, how he would come to certain conclusions. And that's where it falls apart. Where I'm like, you don't know what you're doing. You don't know what you're doing. This is you think this is the type of live service game that's going. And what I'm saying is his decisions were not made from, and clearly from the perspective of somebody where it's like, if you were actually a gamer playing games, I think you would have very clearly realized that this isn't, they were just out of touch decisions, man. And I digress. I want to continue to read on here. The article continues, the opinion-based article says, MLB The Show has continued to churn under San Diego Studios stewardship, although it has successfully expanded to multiple platforms. Santa Monica Studio built on God of War 2018 with the familiar but fantastic God of War Ragnarok. There have been breakout success stories like Helldivers 2, but aside from that, I think Sony's first party has taken a step or two backwards under Hulst's leadership. Naughty Dog is yet to ship a new title this generation, spending several years working on an almost complete multiplayer version of The Last of Us, which was infamously scrapped. Remake specialist Bluepoint was shuttered after wasting years working on an online God of War game and then subsequently failing to settle on another project. Bend Studio has failed to follow up on the underappreciated success of Days Gone. and is unlikely to ship a new game this generation either. So hold on. Sorry, catnip break. Continues by saying Hulst has successfully nurtured Team Asobi into a Game of the Year winning studio, which should be acknowledged, but it's come at the cost of Japan Studio, a beloved outfit that many have that may have been messy internally, but produced games enthusiasts loved. And the investment into live service has been nothing short of disastrous, with Concord becoming one of the most embarrassing releases in Sony's entire history when it shut down and was refunded within weeks. Any attempts to succeed in the live service space have struggled, with big swings at the likes of Fair Games and Four Loop. I actually forgot about Four Loop, Fruit Loop, whatever. Unlikely to ever make back their investment if they even release at all. Meanwhile, the manufacturer's acquisition of Bungie has completely backfired, with the critically acclaimed Marathon failing to find an audience and Destiny all but dead. Hulst is acting on a remit from above, and I don't think the pursuit of live service is necessarily wrong. The manufacturer knows the bulk of its revenue is contributed by a handful of evergreen games. But I feel that the former Guerrilla managing director has utterly failed to greenlight the right projects. Many of its most important teams now find themselves years behind schedule with no obvious route to success. I think that's underlined by the recent Horizon Hunters Gathering reports. It closes out here by saying, according to trusted journalist Jason Schreier, the bulk of the Amsterdam studio has been working on the co-op action game, which is now being repurposed as a smaller scale online project and yet may be canceled if it fails to impress by the end of this year. Meanwhile, a tiny team, in quotes, has been prototyping a true sequel to Horizon Forbidden West, meaning it'll potentially be 5 or more years before the follow-up to Aloy's adventure arrives. So, actually, this is news to me. Apparently, according to Jason Schreier, the game is in like prototyping stages. That's disastrous, man. Holy shit. And we got one more paragraph here. It says, what's particularly egregious to me here is that fans have accused Hermen Hulst of showing favoritism to the Dutch developer, given his background with the team, and yet they seemingly find themselves hung out to dry under his leadership. Hulst may not be to blame alone, but he's the man at the top. PlayStation Studios, once the envy of the entire industry, is largely unrecognizable at this point. It'll continue to release successful products in the near future with God of War Laufey, but it's been encumbered by bad decisions that simply can't be ignored anymore. And we have a milestone chat from Waleed is now a game cat. Thank you for being a member for 10 months, man. You're saying all this live service billions wasted would have been better spent on a proper PSVR 2 first party support. Much better, unique selling point, sustainable. I can agree with that. Yeah, that actually would have been cooler and probably more worthwhile. They certainly would have sold more headsets if they did that. But yeah, apparently Horizon 3 is literally in the prototyping phase. So this game is legit like 5 to 7 years away. Like Horizon 3 is going to be a game we get at the end of the PS6 generation, and that is a fumble that's just like, are you serious? So yeah, I mean, like, I read this article from Push Square, and I have to admit, I pretty much agree. Irfan, what's going on, man? Just saw you were in the chat. I pretty much agree where, like, it's great for the things that they've gotten right. Like, and I think it is important not to take anything away from PlayStation Studios. Like, we want to be fair about it. They've gotten some things right. But Herman's problem is he's not good at determining what games are worth investing in. Herman, I think, I'll be honest, man, I'm starting to think Herman, his whole outlook is maybe like, I don't want to say the worst we could have gotten, but like, it's just so bad. The only thing I can honestly think of that makes me feel like, okay, Herman knows something is the idea of Fizzant with Kojima, where he like convinced Kojima to actually like go back to making a espionage action stealth based game. That's cool. So he like seemingly has enough understanding there. But everything else, I don't know, man. I just feel like, Herman, do you actually know what you're doing, bro? Maybe Herman would have done a much better job if during the PlayStation 5 generation, it wasn't, well, we need you to do live service games. Maybe he would have done a much better job just greenlighting single player games. Perhaps that's a thing, an alternate possibility. But I'm not so sure, man. I just look at things like we saw what happened with Concord, but now we see Horizon Hunters Gathering. We see Fair Games. Well, we haven't seen much of Fair Games, but even recently, Team LFG. Now we haven't, look. Hold on one second. Is this the only one? Hold on. Let me bring something up for you guys to see. Okay, look. See, this is what I'm talking about. I'm going to bring up a couple images for you. Look at this. Hopefully they saved properly. Which, of course, they didn't. Oh, no, there they are. Okay. So, here you go. This is a game that's coming called, it's codenamed Project Gummy Bears. Okay, this game, take a good hard look. Okay, this is a game that's currently in development at a studio underneath PlayStation called Team LFG. This was a game that was being developed by Bungie, and then Hermen Hulst came in and said, I like this. Is it any surprise that Herman likes what he saw here? He likes this, and he likes it so much, he wants to make it an official PlayStation Studios game. He even wants to make them their own studio. So this is Project Gummy Bears. I'm going to show you another image. Concept art. Hold on, let me resize it so you'll actually see what you're looking at. Project Gummy Bears. Now you see the Bungie at the bottom. This is what it looked like when like, what are they doing, man? Here's the problem. This is a game that Herman said, I need this now. Like, I need this under PlayStation Studios. This is going to be great. And it happened after Concord, dude. I don't understand. This game could still get canceled. These are too high IQ plays for basement dwellers to understand he is sabotaging the game as a service initiative. Ah, yes. Herman is sabotaging his own career in the name of preserving PlayStation. Hold on, guys. Yeah. So I'm just giving boss some treats real quick. But, I wanted to bring that up because this is why I'm like, he's got to go. He's still doing the thing. He's still making the same mistakes. If they try to reveal any of these live service games at the PS6 reveal, what if he's just on drugs? Well, I mean, you know, if I'm trying to be a little bit more serious about my evaluation here, it's like, I know I haven't seen gameplay. Look, I'm just going to tell you right now, I can tell you based on the concept art alone, you're wasting your time with this game. You're wasting time and you're wasting money. And you're crazy for deciding to build an entire first-party team around this game. I don't need to see the gameplay. I know Bungie. Bungie has become one of the wokest studios, and I don't like to throw around the term woke, but you know what I'm saying. Like they've lost the plot many times to a point where their own fans are like, "What the hell are you doing? Look at the game. Look at it. Look at it, dude." Like, we all know, you already know exactly what type of game you're getting here. And of course Herman gets excited about it. Of course Herman gets all pumped up and like, this is going to be an amazing game. Project Gummy Bears. Like, that's like, we don't want this. Nobody wants this. Nobody wants this. Nobody. I want all of you to look at it. But yet, you know, something tells me Herman is going to be surprised. I just don't understand. I thought this is what the PlayStation community wanted. There's so, all the multiplayer games in the world, you have some of the most talented studios, some of the most talented developers in the entire video game industry. And there are so many types of multiplayer games you could make. And this is the type of garbage you're fixated on. And I get it. Maybe you make a couple mistakes at first because you're making your decisions based on what other games are popular and what the numbers and the charts are telling you. Okay. But we're years removed from that now. And it's like, bro, you need to make games that are, I'm just going to put it this way. Hermen Hulst and a lot of these executives at PlayStation are totally out of touch with their actual fan base. And that's the problem. That's the problem. You know, luckily, it's not every studio. I'm just saying, Herman's got to know, man. Like, what is Herman's job? Herman's job, and this is his only job, basically. Did I spell his name wrong? Oh, wait, did I? Holt. I did. Oops. Hermen Hulst. Thank you for pointing that out as my voice cracks. Herman's only job, essentially, and I have a direct donation from Perfect Image. Thank you, buddy. He says, MBG, if Herman was a great studio head this gen, all the titles would have sold way more physical sales. Herman's got to go. He's a fruit tart. I see Rich Rod's influencing you. Get that damn fruit tart out of here. What's a fruit tart? Herman's a little too fruity. He's too fruity. He doesn't get it. Damn fruit nugget. All right. In all seriousness, Herman's job, thank you, Perfect Image. Herman's job, literally, this is the singular most important part of his job, okay? He has to know, and this is where the taste making, this is where the gamer side comes in. When a team comes in and they pitch something to you, he's got to have the intuition to know this is a great idea. Like, this actually is a very good idea. And if you guys play your cards right and we nurture this, this is going to be something really big. He's got to know the difference between that based off of a pitch versus no. No offense, but you're going to have to go back to the drawing board. This isn't going to work. He's got to know that. And the problem is he has failed with that. That is the biggest he has failed, in my opinion, his most important job, which is your job. Now, and this is where maybe we need to get into the weeds a little bit. In my view, the job of the head of PlayStation Studios is to lead them, not into failure, not into closure and layoffs, but into success. That is literally, if you are going to be appointed at the top and you're going to get paid to do that job, then that's the responsibility. That's the weight that comes with it. That's why you're getting paid so well. And so it should be taken seriously. But we do have to keep in mind, what is Herman's actual position? His position is the head of PlayStation Studios business group. What that implies, and this is unfortunate if true, because it means that, it's every man for themselves out here. There is no actual leadership. What that implies is that Herman's job is not what I just said. Herman's job is to just literally go over the numbers and keep the studios informed about, like, here's your budget. Here's how much you can spend on any given game, and I'm going to keep track of the numbers. Basically, he's the bean counter for the studios. And this is where I think the greatest disconnect of all may be occurring, where Herman might actually be very good at that part of the job. Like numbers, crunch, calculations, budgets, all that stuff. But in terms of actually, like, knowing what games, because this is part of his job, and this is why I'm saying it makes no sense for him not to be considered a leader. Part of his job is to greenlight games or deny those games. It's possible that they could keep Herman as the bean counter for the studio group and hire somebody else to actually be the tastemaker. This is why people are saying, like, bring Shuhei Yoshida back, because Shu had to do that too, but Shu was just seemingly way better at, like, understanding, like, these are the games we should be making. So Shuhei Yoshida he is the proof that you can have your cake and eat it too with one executive. But this is where I'm like, bro, I look at Horizon Hunters Gathering, and let this be understood. This needs to be understood. Out of all the studios this generation that were mismanaged by Sony, I think Guerrilla Games may end up being the worst, which is shocking considering he came from Guerrilla Games. Even worse than Naughty Dog, perhaps, because at least with Naughty Dog, they're seemingly going to get a new game out at the end of this gen, but they also did the remake of The Last of Us 1 and the remaster. And sure, that's not exciting, but it's like they were able to produce. I'm not saying Guerrilla didn't produce anything this gen. They did. They produced a remaster of Horizon Zero Dawn, and they did put out Horizon Forbidden West. But, like, it is genuinely shocking to think. Like, here's the thing about Naughty Dog's mismanagement. Naughty Dog's mismanagement, unfortunately, it's like at a more fundamental level of, like, are y'all stupid? Like, where it's like, you made seemingly from all we've heard about this Last of Us multiplayer, and Jason Schreier just confirmed this, by the way, in his report yesterday, that the Last of Us multiplayer was a full Naughty Dog game. All hands on deck. This game was going to be massive. Okay? And everything we've heard is that this game was turning out really damn good, and it was so close to completion, they were getting ready to announce the beta. And literally what made them go, wait a second, is somebody had an epiphany. And this is just fucking shocking and scary. 4 or 5 years of work down the drain because somebody woke up in a cold sweat. Probably Neil. Somebody. I'm going to say Neil or Herman. Somebody woke up in a cold sweat and was like, oh my God, we're making a live service game. Like, yeah, that's what you've been working on for the last 4 or 5 years. And it's like, don't you understand what this means? This means all we can do is support this game now. How are we going to make our single player games? And it's like, I don't know. Like, you're just thinking of this now? That's a whole nother problem of like the lack of awareness, the lack of the fundamental understanding that like, bro, who the hell comes to this conclusion 4 to 5 years into your game? Are you out of your fucking minds? And you know what it tells me? It tells me that the lack of actual experience and understand, like, it scares me because it's almost like nobody plays video games. You got Hermen Hulst, you got the entire leadership of PlayStation Studios, you have the entire leadership of Naughty Dog. And like nobody could figure out over the course of 4 to 5 years of development, like, wait, how many devs does it require to support a live service game in modern times? Oh, it requires like hundreds of devs. So it would take pretty much our whole studio. It just tells me that it's scary because it means legitimately nobody knew that. And these are supposed to be professionals. And these people are making good ass money, dude. I'm like, are you fucking kidding me? Are you fucking kidding me? The answer is no, we're not kidding you. So that's bad. Like that's really real. Like that's really, really, really bad. Okay. But it's sad. Like that's sad. That makes, so I'm a little bit angry, but I actually just get depressed because I'm like, this is just pathetic. Like you made an awesome game. It's sitting there on a fucking hard drive somewhere, but just to be clear how serious Naughty Dog was about this game. They hired the guy. You ready for this? They hired the guy who made the Fortnite Battle Pass. The guy who made the Fortnite Battle Pass was going to be making the Battle Passes for The Last of Us Online. And let me tell you, that guy doesn't come cheap. And this game still got canceled. This game still got canceled, bro. Oh, it's this game, the Last of Us's cancellation, the online portion was so bad that the people who were making it left the fucking studio. And they're making their own game, and they're basically saying, we're making that game now. That's how bad. So when I tell you an absolute clusterfuck of mismanagement, lack of understanding, and just a genuine mistake that is like under no circumstances should any of this have happened in this way. 1 year, you test the waters, it's not working out, fine. 5 years, the game's practically finished. You hired the fucking guy who made the Fortnite Battle Pass and you're still going to cancel it? But it just makes me sad. Horizon Hunter's Gathering just makes me angry. Okay? Horizon Hunter's Gathering makes me very angry because it's like, this is all happening after. Like, everything that you could have hoped would have been learned through The Last of Us Online catastrophe, the fucking absolute cataclysmic meltdown that was Concord, you would have at least thought, if there's anything to be extracted whatsoever from all of this, it's that you know to avoid this again. And yet they reveal something like Horizon Hunter's Gathering. And we are now looking down the barrel of a reality where Guerrilla Games, they won't have another new game until probably the end of the PS6 generation. And I'm like, dude, it's like I'm just and I I'm having flashbacks because it's like, what does this sound like to you? What does this sound like? Doesn't this remind you of another studio? Oh, right. Remember when Sony Bend spent 7 years making a game called Days Gone, and then they shipped that game Days Gone at the very end of the PS4 generation, and then it sold millions and millions of copies, garnered a fan base, and then for some fucking reason, the next project that Sony decided to greenlight from them is a live service game for that game to only get canceled 3 to 4 years in development. And now you'll be lucky if you get another Bend Studio game by the middle of the PS6 generation. You know, fucking 10 years later, like this, I'm starting to think that Hermen Hulst is literally the worst thing that ever happened to PlayStation, not Jim Ryan. I mean, look, man, I say this because let's pretend for let's take a step back here. Yeah, and I'm not even talking about Blue Point either. Let's take a step back here. I'm going to be Hermen Hulst for a second, okay? You know what? No, I'm not going to be Hermen Hulst. I'm just going to be MBG. MBG in 2019 was promoted to the head of PlayStation Studios. Hey, Gorilla, coming to check on you guys. How you guys doing? What's going on here? Oh, we're very excited to show you our progress we're making on Horizon Forbidden West. Let's show it to you. Oh, this looks great. Do the voice. This looks wonderful. No, this looks great. So what are we thinking the release? We're shooting for a holiday 2021, right? Well, that's the thing, Mr. MBG. We're gonna need more time. We're gonna need like another 6 months. It's like, okay, all right. We're gonna make that happen because you know what? This game's gonna be worth it. We're gonna make that happen. We're gonna do early 2022. How's that sound? Okay. Time goes by. Forbidden West releases. It's a big success. We're popping the champagne. I go visit the studio another 6 months later. All right, here we go. It's time for you. So you got a team currently working on, on the Horizon Forbidden West DLC. It's time for you guys to pitch a new game. Let's see what you got. Maybe they don't even have a prototype. It's just an idea. All right. Here's what we're gonna do. We're gonna do we're thinking about doing a multiplayer Horizon game. Like, oh, okay, multiplayer. Is this gonna be a live service game? It is. Ah, okay. What are your inspirations for this game? Monster Hunter. Ooh, okay, Monster Hunter. That sounds good. Fortnite. Oh, I mean, okay, like I guess that makes sense. It's a live service game. I don't know how I'll have to see what that means. Yeah, Genshin Impact. All these things. These are our inspirations for this game. It's like, okay, I'll tell you right now, even I probably would have greenlit that game. Be like, I trust you, Gorilla. Look at what you guys have done. No wrong. You're one of our most successful studios. You've made this company so much money. You want to make this multiplayer game? You want to make a live service? You know what? I'm being told from the higher ups we need live service. Go for it. A year goes by. Time for the milestone check. And I'm playing an early build of this game. I literally, first thing I would have done is like, this isn't, no. You need to change the look of this game immediately. I didn't know when you said you were inspired by Fortnite and Genshin Impact, you were talking about the art style. I would have literally, the first thing I would have told them, and it wouldn't have been a choice. It's like, I'm going to help you guys save yourself. That's my job. You're changing the art style. I want it to look as close to Forbidden West as it possibly can. Okay? That's what the Horizon fan base expects. So get on that, and I'll be back in a year, and you'll show me. I think that alone, notice how easy it was for me to make that decision. It's just purely intuition, purely a base understanding of who the fuck bought the Horizon games and spent money on this shit. Right? It's like that's literally all I used to make that decision. Is there's a lot of there's tens of millions of people who bought these games, and one of the biggest things they love about this game is the way it looks. Obviously, the way it plays, there's so much about it they like, but the visuals are such an important part of the Horizon game. I'll never forget when it was first revealed on the PS5, PS4 Pro, that's people wouldn't shut the fuck up about it. They would not shut up about how amazing the game looked. So literally, I would have told the head of that studio, like, your concept that you have here is good, but whatever your art team's doing, this is my executive order to them. Okay? I don't know if maybe there's like red tape or something where Herman's for some reason not allowed to do that. And if that's the case, then Sony's whole organizational structure is fucked. Because what that means is it could be a situation where like, but it doesn't make any sense where it's like Herman doesn't have the authority to make those decisions. But then like what, again, then what is the point of you being here? Hiroki Totoki is he came, Tao Lin, or Lin Tao, that's her name, Lin Tao. She's the current CFO. She could do Herman's job if all it was just being the bean counter, right? So I'm just saying, like, imagine Herman gives that advice, not advice, straight up says, after a bit, it's very costly to change the art style. And you're right. But you know what? My intuition would have told me is, okay, I'm getting nervous because how much money did we dump into this thing? We're already like $80 million deep, something like that, 90 million. How much more is it going to cost? But you know what I would have realized? It would have been like a judgment call. Like, that'll save this game. Like, because my honest to God first reaction when I saw the reveal of Hunter's Gathering is the way this game looks is why it's not going to work. I could just tell you right now, like it is giving me Concord flashbacks because it's like, if you look at what Concord was, it wasn't like a top of the line, like it didn't have gameplay mechanics that were so innovative and so supremely amazing that like everything could be forgiven. It was like okay to good. Like it was competently made and there could be fun there. But everything else visually around it was so off-putting that like people are like, I can play something that plays just as good or better and looks a lot better too. And doesn't make me feel like I'm laughing at everything I'm seeing. You know? And I don't know, man. My intuition just tells me, like, you want to appeal. And see, this is why I feel like these business executives and the people who are running this, they're just so obsessed with the charts, man. Like, I wouldn't be surprised if the reason why Guerrilla chose to go with that art style is because they were afraid that the art style of the, original Horizon games isn't going to be broadly appealing enough. And it's like, it doesn't need to be. Like, one of the most played games in the world is PUBG, bro. Have you seen the art style of that game? It's not Fortnite. I'll tell you that. And I don't, I feel like there's just too many fear-driven decisions, and that fear comes from like, yeah, like what if we mess up, and what if it's not appealing enough? And I feel like it's almost like they end up sabotaging themselves. It's like your desperate, floundering attempt to appeal to audiences that don't give a flying fuck about Horizon is what has doomed you. You should have been hyper fixated on the fact that, bro, we have an install base, and I'm not talking about the PS5 install base. I'm saying you have an install base of like what, 25 to 35 million players. I'm talking about everybody who bought Horizon Zero Dawn and Forbidden West. That's massive. Try to sell to them. Get those people into your live service game and excited to spend money on it and spend years playing it. I've encountered people on my own channel who are like, I put 400 to 800, like people who put anywhere between 400 and 800 hours into the Horizon series in single player games. You know, I just it's so infuriating because it reveals a level of intuitive incompetence when it comes to taste making for games that I'm just like, bro, I could do your job better. Now, maybe it's easy for me to say that because I'm not involved in some hierarchy in some kind of, multi-billion-dollar corporation, and it's just easier. It's just easier. Hiroki Totoki, Japan. Wait, who is this that just got banned named Hiroki? Why are you banning Hiroki Totoki? Who is that guy? Is that Petrov? That looks like his profile picture. Did he change his name? Well, anyway, I mean, it's just sad to me, man. It's just sad to me that, like, this is the state of PlayStation Studios. Oh, it is Petrov. Okay, yeah, we're going to have to unban Petrov, bro. Petrov, stop being homophobic. Well, yeah, that's fair, Titus. Oh, there was somebody else. Epic Fury. No, and Titus, I don't blame... Petrov changed his name. He changed his name to Hiroki Totoki, Japan. It's cool, Petrov. It's cool. Well, yeah, Titus, I don't blame you for deleting the other comment because that person was being pretty mean. I don't like people who are coming off combative over stuff. That frustrates me. Like where people calling each other like pathetic or some shit. Like, stop. Or if they're, when they're bringing up, and especially if they're bringing up politics while they're doing it. Like, come on, man. But yeah, Petrov, all is well, bro. We thought you were somebody. We thought it was the real Hiroki Totoki. Titus got very upset when he saw you. If Titus has a problem with Hiroki Totoki, I don't blame him. I got a problem with him. Where are the fucking discs? It's a good thing. I will tell you though, he would have been totally screwed. He would have been totally screwed if he changed his profile picture. I would have never known it was him. I would have never known. But yeah, man, I just had to express my frustration because, I just genuinely feel like Herman's job, I'm not saying it isn't difficult, but it just makes me feel pretty bad when I don't consider myself, I'm just playing armchair manager here, whatever, but it's like, dude, I just think there are so many different paths you can go down that Herman has just allowed these studios to destroy themselves. That's what I'm trying to say. Ultimately, is Herman is the one responsible for giving these studios so much rope and letting them hang themselves. And that's what really frustrates me. It's like, dude, that was like literally your job. Like, that was possibly the most important aspect of your job. Like, make sure that they don't do that. Every now and again it happens, and that's part of the job, But like all these studios in rapid succession, one after the other, falling like dominoes, like, what did you do? And that's where I feel like it's revealed. It's like you didn't know what you were doing. All right, that's all right. Petrov got a 3-minute ban. He'll live. He'll live. It's okay. Do I think his job is easier now? I mean, no, I'm sure it's a very stressful job, certainly. But I just think that, I don't know, like, I just think that with this type of job, with the type of pay that comes with this type of job, with the type of perks that comes with this type of job, it's like, you got to be good at what you do. That's why you have this job. And it doesn't mean you can't make mistakes. It doesn't mean you can't mess up sometimes, but it's like when it's this consistent and it just starts to become clear, like you're the reason why Blue Point's gone. You're the reason why Guerrilla is not going to have a third proper single player game until probably 6 or 7 years from now. You're the reason why fucking Naughty Dog is getting one new game out this gen if we're lucky. You're the reason why Firewalk died instantly. You're the reason why you're the one who's responsible for so much of Sony Ben's game. And I'm not saying none of the blame, like I'm not trying to make it sound like these studios aren't responsible for themselves either. There is absolutely blame to be put on the studios. But this is where like there's too much pussyfooting around. I'm just going to say it. Like, dude, whatever Sony has set up, whatever type of little pansy baby, like we don't want to hurt their feelings. Whatever type of shit they got set up, it's like you need to knock it off, man. Like there comes a time where somebody has to take charge because the shit is hitting the fan, and that time has come and passed. And that's what's crazy is it's like, I don't think anybody's taking charge. It's almost like they're all just like, yeah, just like let them hang themselves. Like, what do you mean? Stop them. That's your job. And if they have a problem with it, then you tell them to step aside. You know? Petrov was like, I'm so sorry. No, dude, it's all good, Petrov. It's all good, bro. It's just a good thing you didn't change your profile picture to Hiroki Totoki, because man, you would have been in the Shadow Realm after that. Marathon as well. Oh yeah, true. And I haven't even talked about Bungie. Yeah, this is where it's just like, who tells Herman what to do? That's the problem. That's the problem. Hiroki Totoki is the one who tells Herman what to do. And I want to point something out here. Guys, there is a reckoning coming. You know, like when Bane entered Gotham? This is basically what's going to happen. Not sure who Batman would be, though. Shuhei Yoshida? Listen, the part of this article that I want to highlight, because that's a good question. Like, well, like, who's in charge of Herman? Like, if Herman is fucked up this bad and made this many mistakes, surely somebody's taking notice. Well, here's the thing. The person who's in charge of him is Hiroki Totoki. Hiroki Totoki is, he is the CEO of Sony right now, and he has made it clear he doesn't really know the game side. He admitted to that. He's trying to learn it, and I'm sure he's in the process, but he doesn't know the game side. So it's also worth noting, Hiroki Totoki used to be the CFO. So he was the money guy. He was the guy who was looking at the numbers, being the accountant, looking at the charts. Okay? Money in, money out, all that stuff. What's likely happening here is Hermen Hulst is on borrowed time right now. Like, his time's running out, because this article pointed out the fact that when you look at PlayStation Studios right now, they're more profitable than they've ever been. And you might think to yourself, how is this possible? I think we know how. It is the inertia. It is the fact that it didn't take any skill or know-how for Herman to have the light bulb moment of, I'm going to greenlight Spider-Man 2. I'm going to do that. And you know, I just had an idea. I'm going to let Sucker Punch make another Ghost game. Like, it, you know what I'm saying? Like, you know what else I'm going to do? I'm going to make sure not to interfere. I'm going to make sure not to interfere with Sony Santa Monica and their development of God of War Ragnarok, a sequel to God of War 18. It's like, yeah, like half of Herman's job is to do nothing. You know what I mean? And that half is what has carried this man. That's what has carried this man. My Herman impression has been on point. But for real, like, this is what has carried him to this point. And I think he's got to know. He's got to know, bro. Like, there's no way he's not sweating. Because if you take away those things, the things that are making Sony's studios the most money, The surefire bets that literally a 5-year-old could say, do that. A monkey could do that job, you know? I think when you when you put 2 and 2 together, it's just a matter of time until Hiroki Totoki or somebody else perhaps inside of Sony begins to realize that, actually, Herman, it seems like you're kind of losing us a lot of money with, on a lot of stuff. Like it's really starting to add up. To me, it seems like it's certainly added up now. Here's another theory I have. I think Hiroki Totoki and the leadership of Sony are like being lenient on him because they basically forced Jim Ryan and him to do live service. So I think like there's this kind of understanding of like we all kind of collectively fucked up. So the heads did roll, of course, unfortunately. But Herman's wasn't one of them. And I think they just kind of figure like, well, you've done some good things too. And we kind of forced you to do live service, even though maybe that wasn't your expertise. Like that, because we had nobody at the company that would have been considered an expertise. So we'll give you another shot here. But that's where I'm like, dude, you can see if you hone in, and I'm not saying look at the charts or look at the numbers, because maybe those can be more easily forgiven if you feel like there was a poor decision made from the higher up that trickled down. I'm saying when you hone in on Herman's decision making with these studios, that's where the truth reveals itself. Where it's like this guy should not be in this position, and he's gonna get fired eventually. I don't know when, but it's just it's a matter of time. It's only a matter of time until he lets, and it's going to be so fucking funny if Intergalactic is the one, dude. I'm not saying it's going to be Intergalactic, and I know there's a lot of people where they're like, this game's going to be a 10 out of 10 masterpiece, and I hope it is. But at some point, there's going to be a single-player game that's allowed to come out that Herman greenlit, that it's like, and you're done. Where it's like, I don't know who greenlit this. I don't know who let this studio wrap this rope around their neck like this in this specific fashion, and then let them just walk, let them go. I don't, and we know who. It will be Herman. Will it be Lao Fei? I don't think it'll be Lao Fei. No, Lao Fei, I think will be fine. I do think that if there's any, I'll put it to you this way. I think the difference between Santa Monica and Naughty Dog is Santa Monica is more insulated and protected. So, they've already announced the God of War remake trilogy. They've already made it clear that they have another God of War game that's in development, and it's the next Kratos game. So if this thing, I think Lao Fei is going to be good, but if for some reason it's like it flops or people hate it or something, it can kind of be brushed under the rug. Like, okay, well, we tried to do something a little bit different and it just didn't land. The same can't be said for Naughty Dog. Like, Naughty Dog, Naughty Dog's insulated too, but they have more working against them. And, we've heard rumors of the budget getting completely out of control for Intergalactic. And look, I'm just saying, if something were to go wrong with Intergalactic, Herman would go. Like, it doesn't have to be Naughty Dog. Maybe Intergalactic will be a masterpiece, and it'll be something Herman can put on his, a notch on his belt. Like, see, you shouldn't fire me. Like, it could be that, but it's just a matter of time until his horrible decision making. Unless, listen, here's another possibility. And this is me giving the benefit of the doubt to Herman, which I don't think he deserves it anymore. But if we're going to cover all bases here, it could just be that he is fucking clueless when it comes to multiplayer and live service. But when it comes to single player, he actually is a pro. Like, he's amazing. Like, he has the ability, he knows what sounds great as a single player game, but when it comes to live service, he just is, something malfunctions and his brain just keeps going to this one direction that's like, that's not it, man. Like you should stop, you know? It's just difficult to determine that though. My cat got up after 2 hours. You okay, bro? Okay. Bro. The way he lay, dude, he literally just acted like, oh, I'm dead. He's a strange cat, man. I've never seen a cat that when they're laying down sleeping, they just look like they're dead. And you know what's funny is you'll walk by him and you know how cats are, like they're very aware but he won't like react. He'll just open his eyes and just be like, and he'll just close his eyes. Like he doesn't even move his head. So he must feel very safe. He's getting up again though. Okay, he wants a loaf now. God, he's such a tank. So Marvel Tokon is not Herman's success? No, I think it is. Like that. Well, that's the thing. Like Marvel Tokon specifically, not Helldivers 2. Helldivers 2 is greenlit during that actually was a game that was greenlit during Shuhei's time. I think maybe Herman, you could give him the credit that he was smart enough to say we should double the budget of Helldivers. I think Marvel Tokon is a good one. Like but it's also like I don't know. I mean, maybe I'm wrong here, and I'm not trying to be unfair, but it's like it feels like it's kind of a shoo-in. Like it's like what if we took a fighting game, like an expert studio at fighting games, and gave them Marvel? That would do well, right? Like, yeah, again, like that's like a monkey could. And yeah, but it's to his credit, it's a good game. It is he can wear that notch on his belt. Like I did, this is a successful live service. It's just, I like the thing. If I had to give Herman any advice, this is the advice I would give him. You tried to go down the road of making very different types of multiplayer experiences to appeal to very different types of people that are not at all outside of Helldivers and possibly Marvel Tokon, speaking to like the audience. Like you're actually upsetting the audience at this point. The advice I would give him is if you are somehow still going to be the head of PlayStation Studios and you're still going to be trying to greenlight live service games, you got to just start making darker, grittier, more, I don't know, I would say more mature themed type of experiences. I understand there's this imperative, like we got to appeal to the younger audience. Give it up. You didn't make Roblox, and Roblox is losing money anyway. You didn't make Fortnite. Get over it. Instead leverage something you do have. It's like I said, I will bring, like imagine if Guerrilla came out next month and they're like, we're rebooting Horizon Hunter's Gathering, and it's just called Horizon the Hunted. Right? Gritty, third-person shooter, badass shit going on. You got fucking machines hunting down the human race and they're fighting for their survival, like some Terminator-ass shit. People would lose their fucking mind. That shit's gonna sell millions. And I just don't understand who the fuck is getting in the way of stuff like this. Who is getting in the way of these easy layups, man? Who's like, I think Hunter's Gathering would actually be better. Like, yeah, and that's why you're going to fucking end up jobless. Like, I'm not even trying to, I know it comes off rude, but it's like, are you serious? God damn. All right. Why am I getting so worked up? All right. Irfan, you're asking me to read. It's true that Herman gives the final green light or rejects things, but the people primarily responsible are actually the teams that put the game through their own review process. It's not like Herman personally tests every single game one by one. He has more of an executive role. And that might be that's why I'm saying, like, it's gonna be, you know what I think we have to ask the question, like, is there a scapegoating going on here? Yeah, there might be. Not completely, but it might be more complex than we want to think, where it's like it's just easier to deal with a simple truth that may not actually be the entire truth of like, it's the guy in charge. You got to cut the head off of the snake. Like he's the reason. So if you get somebody better in there, it's all going to be great. And that could be it. But there is this idea of like, okay, well, like, what if the studios are kind of retarded now? And like that's such a that's a much bigger problem. And that's why like I want to hope it's not that. But it could be. If that's the problem, it's like, oh fuck, man. No wonder why Herman's going on so many vacations, because he can't deal with this shit. But this is why I'm saying, like, I think you're probably right. And this is where it has to bubble to the top. It has to boil to the top. Where it's like, if that's the case, if it's like we got too many, I don't want to say idiots, but like we have too many people in charge at these studios that are just fucking everything up. Is it possible we just like hired the wrong people and let the wrong people in? Yeah, that happens all the time. Happens naturally sometimes. Sometimes, there are things that facilitate that to happen much more quickly. But if that's the case, it's like this is where somebody, yeah, exactly, Titus. I'm not trying to like, again, I'm not trying to make it, it's not like a politics thing necessarily, but it's just like, it doesn't need to be a politics thing. It just has to be like, do you understand what the people want? Or is this like are you just, I think like a term I like to use is I think too many studios have gotten high on their own supply. Like they find some success and they're like, we're fucking God. We're God now. We can do whatever we want. Like we are invincible. It's like, what are you doing? That's the epitome of like Bungie, dude. Like Bungie was so up their own ass that they were like, we're going to give the middle finger to Microsoft. We're going to give the middle finger to fucking Activision, Sony. We're going to give you the middle finger and say, pay us, bitch. And Sony did, like a bitch. Now look at them. Hey, we're Bungie. We're going to make sure we have knitting classes. It's like, what the fuck do you guys do here again? Aren't you supposed to be making video games? Well, we got to make sure we have our knitting classes. Like, this is the type of shit I'm talking about where it's like, somebody needs to get in there and drop the hammer, okay? I'm laughing, but it's like, that's literally what needs to happen. That's why when you look at Xbox, I'm not saying Xbox is going to turn around. It might be too late, but that's literally what Asha Sharma's doing. I'll tell you why Satya put Asha Sharma in charge, because she's like, yeah, I'll do what needs to be done. I'll let him know. I'll have a sit down with Todd Howard. You see the fucking jokes, the memes that were coming out with Todd? News Soul 9, you're saying, MBG, you already have Horizon Steel Frontiers, but it's not on PlayStation 5. Who made this decision, man? Who did this? That one actually looks good. And we're not going to be allowed to play it. Get this. Do you know the only way you can play that game is it's mobile? And even if you want to play it on PC, you have to do it through Purple. It's like you can't get it on Steam or anything like that. It's like, what the fuck, man? Like, what is going on? The roast of Hermen Hulst should be in the title. But I'm just saying, like, this is where, there's like memes of Asha Sharma, like, and Todd Howard. Have you seen these memes? Where it's just like, Todd, I don't care anymore what you have to, like, make the fucking game. Okay? You got 2 years. And sometimes does it start to feel like unfair pressure? And this is the hard and really tough balancing act of like, you can't rush art. And it's like, yeah, but at the same time, like, we got to fucking make sure everybody's on the same page here, actually doing what they're supposed to be doing and not dicking around and again, pussyfooting around. And I just get the sense, like, dude, you see some of these studios sometimes they look like they're fucking going to like their second home. Like, and I mean, look at me, right? I'm not judging. I would do the same thing, but I'm just saying that's why it's important. Like, you gotta have firm leadership that's like, guys, listen, I'm not trying to be the buzzkill. I'm not trying to ruin everybody's mood, but we have a job to do here, and we really need to get on it. Like, we can't be fucking around. And that's why that's why people were making fun of like a lot of the Bethesda, the protests they're doing and stuff, because, and I think it's a little bit judgmental. Like, people are judging based off of how these people look, but like the way they're talking, it's like I don't know what to tell you. Like, you guys had a job to do. The job was to make a good, successful video game. And it seems like maybe you didn't do that at the level that you needed to. And it sucks that like you guys have to be the ones to go. Todd's going to be fine. A lot of the upper management's going to be fine. But guess what? Their heads are going to roll next. Because if they're truly the problem, they're next. The whole idea is maybe the mismanagement came from you hired some people that maybe they were a little underqualified. Let's sort this out. Let's get the people we need in here to get the job done. And, you'll be fine. If it turns out that, like, no, you did hire the right people, but you are just really bad at your job at a managerial level, at a higher level, well, that's even worse. So I don't know. It's like I said, that they get high on their own supply, man. It happens all the time. Yeah, and that's true too. Nobody's perfect, Irfan. Like, I think there's a lot of room for mistakes and for poor judgment calls. Like, God knows there's been a lot of room, but the stakes are higher now. The pressure's high. You need. That's why, like, when people look at the end of the PS3 gen going into the PS4 gen, like, dude, you had a group of people, like, they were laser fucking focused. They were like, we either do this and make this our career moment, or the ship is sunk and it's over and we're going to have to try to find and work somewhere else, with this failure under our belts. And that's how it goes. It's not easy. It's why I don't feel bad because these people get paid. They're rich, dude. I do not feel bad at all. I do get annoyed when it's like, you're rich, you're living a good life, and you're taking it super easy at work. Like, come on, man. It's your job. This is how you're supposed to get rich. This is why you're rich. But I don't know. It's something that I hope gets sorted out. And Perfect Image, you dropped the $2 direct. You're saying, MBG, I got one for Herman. Stop making Fruity Pebbles games. You Fruity Loop, no strawberry Pop-Tart. Give me something good, you Fruit Tart Herman. I don't think you said the word fruit enough. We're just going to refer to Herman now. Herman Fruit. Herman Fruit. Not Hermen Hulst. Herman Fruit. Guys, I like what you've done with this game. I do. But I fear it's not gay enough for the PlayStation audience. Sorry, for the modern audience. There we go. I mean, dude, I know I'm just making jokes here, but it genuinely sometimes feels like that's what's been going on. It genuinely feels like there's like a kind of like, guys, quick, make it gayer or make it brighter and make it larger. I don't know. Like, do something. Give the fucking characters pronouns. And I just feel like there was this unsettling, like you just have to question, like, how much of this was like genuine choice versus fear. Like, here's something that I fear, right? One of the things that I've heard, and I'm not the only one that's heard this, is that Guerrilla Games, and they don't hide this either, like, they're really progressive. Like, they're just like, It's not necessarily about the political side of it. It's just they have facilitated a culture that borderline, I would say, is like kind of a little bit on the extreme. And so the whole idea is that Herman comes from that studio and comes from that culture. And he's now in charge. He's now at the top. And it's the trickling down of like, there's been insinuations that certain studios and certain studio leaders, they kind of feel like, well, I know this about Herman. I know that about Herman. I know his background. I know what studio he's coming from. And I know that there's like this whole cultural proliferation in PlayStation that you have to wonder, how much does this affect? Like, let's make this type of game this specific way because we have a higher chance of getting greenlit. Like, in other words, what if Herman's just a bitch? And it's like, yeah, that badass, like, hardcore, gritty, Terminator-like shooter Horizon prequel game where the humanity's trying to fight against the machines and they're fighting off the floods and shit and the way, and, you know, and humanity's getting taken over. It's like, yeah, Herman would have said absolutely fucking not to that. Are you kidding me? Men with balls? Hair on chest? Are you kidding me? I'm personally offended by this pitch. Like, really, though. All right. I don't know the guy. I'm just saying I've heard things. And, like, you know, this is where I know Perfect Image, you're talking about fruity. Stop making Fruity Pebbles games. Like, it's not, I'm not being I'm not trying to be homophobic or anything. It's not about that. It's not about gay characters or anything like that. It's the culture. It's the mentality behind it where it's like, what are you, like, can we just make some awesome games without being weird about it? And it's like, for some reason, a lot of developers are like, no, that's going to be really hard to do. It's like, what do you mean? You know, come on. Irfan, you're saying you don't have to read this on stream. I didn't know that. I mean, well, that makes sense. And it all makes sense. And you know what? It's like, again, it's forced. Anything forced will not be accepted. And that's the thing. Like, I think there has to be more harmony here where it's like, you know, nothing will ever disturb me more than when Neil Druckmann revealed the truth, man. Do you guys remember this? This is something that, like, do I think Neil Druckmann gets too much hate? Maybe. Like, I think people get really nasty. And I think, yeah, it's like, all right, well, you know, we don't want to become vicious fucking animals here. But if you guys don't know this, and you can find it out there, it's not hidden. Back in like 2014, after the massive success of The Last of Us, like, you know, everybody wanted to hear from Neil Druckmann and, like, you know, we want to know everything that went behind this. And he had this whole, like, seminar where he literally said, like, there was a secret agenda for The Last of Us. And this, I'm just saying, like, when you see people acting a little bit crazy, they're not completely crazy. I think people go way too far, but it's rooted in some kind of truth, you know? And the agenda that he revealed was like, yeah, the agenda was, I wanted to make, like, the main character a lesbian. And it feels so strange looking back at it because, like, but what are you talking about? Like, in The Last of Us, you play as Joel, pretty manly man, you know, like a man's man, right? But his whole thing was like, it was all in like, the whole thing was to zero in on the fact that, like, Ellie's actually the main character and she's a lesbian. And I want people to accept this. you know? And it is shocking to hear that because it's like, who the fuck cares, dude? You know, like, I could tell you this, man. I could tell you this. I'm not saying I don't think this was confirmed, but it's like, well, let me get this straight. Neil, if that was your secret agenda, yeah, Anita Sarkeesian was at that seminar. Yeah, oh my God. I mean, dude, and he talked about how influenced he was by her. And I'm just like, what the fuck are you like? What is happening? Like, why would you even reveal that? First of all. But like, that's where you begin to realize, like, so Neil, if you had it your way, Joel wouldn't have even probably been in this game. Or well, he would have been in the game, but like this is why when you see what happened in The Last of Us Part 2, like, one of the things that people were upset about, and I'm not going on a Last of Us 2 rant, but it's just to make a greater point here. One of the things that people were so upset about, it wasn't even just Joel's death. It was that, like, it felt like he took a back seat. Like, people were, you play the whole game as Joel, and, there's a portion of the game you play as Ellie as well, and they both felt like the main characters. But let's just face it, man. You play The Last of Us 1 as Joel. You have an attachment towards Joel just as much as you do Ellie. And I think the problem that people really had was, like, but like Neil, he just, I think that Joel's character was ultimate. I know people disagree with this. I do think Joel's character was ultimately respected in the fact that even though he took a back seat and you didn't play as him and he wasn't really as involved in the game, they honored his character, at least, where it's like, he was a good guy, and by the end of the game, you realize, like, he was just a guy that was just trying to live a normal life. And I appreciate that side of it. I'm just saying, like, hearing that from Neil, it just sours me a bit. It's like, bro, oh my God. So it sours me because it's like, so the things that people are levying towards not just you, but a lot of the industry, it's true. It's fucking true. It's like, we're trying to force change here. We're trying to force this on you, and we got to get it in there any way we can. And I'm like, why? Who gives a shit, man? And you realize it's the activists that give a shit. And unfortunately, yes, part of PlayStation Studios' problem, whether people want to accept it or not, and I think some people get offended by it because they do lean on that side, and I'm not trying to offend those people, but the reality is there's activists on all sides, and they get fucking loony. It's not even people who have good intentions. I'm talking about people who are like, they're fucking half-cocked. They've lost sight of, like, normalcy and reality. And it got so bad in the games industry around 2018, 2019, 2020, and 21, that 4-year period, when all this shit was being greenlit, all these things were happening, the money was fucking flowing, And it started to become, I'm going to just put it out there, man. Like, we heard what happened with Concord behind the scenes. It's like, get on the same page or you're not going to be part of this. Okay? We're not going to tell you it like that, but we're going to make it. It's like the whole crunch culture thing. Where it's like, we're not going to tell you have to stay. But you want to be the first or second one leaving, we're going to be looking at you. Don't be surprised if you're treated a little bit differently. That shit happens with all this stuff, and that absolutely happened with this side of it. And that's why, like, that's why people go into a game like Wolverine after seeing what they did to Mary Jane's face. They're like, what the fuck are they going to do to Jean? Christ. Luckily, Insomniac figured their shit out. It's like, okay, fine. Nobody's saying she's got to be the hottest thing in the world, but it's like, these are established characters. Show some goddamn respect for the fans, at least, like for the original property. And that's why this has happened, because people pick up on this. And this is where, when I look at Herman and how is this all relevant to PlayStation Studios, it's because it's all culture based, man. When you start to look at the shit that Herman has greenlit, when you start to look at the type of stuff that's being pitched to Herman because these studios are getting these ideas in their head of like, well, maybe this would appeal to Herman and we'll get approved for this. That's why I'm like, yeah, I think this whole thing needs to be cleansed. Yeah, it needs to be cleansed. We need to hit the reset on all of it. They fucked up Logan's face. Ghetto guy, what are you, gay? I'm just kidding. It's okay if you're gay, bro. I don't know if you are. I mean, I don't know. Logan's face, I did see some people, they were saying like he should look more masculine and stuff. And I'm like, well, it looks fine to me. Like I don't really have much of a problem with it. Also, you're saying purge the mentally ill activists from the industry. Agreed. Across on all sides. Just, yeah, people who are not thinking clearly and making decisions that are like, you know, I'm not saying you should. I'm not saying artists should only ever listen to, you know, to their fans and do exactly what they're told. It's not that, but I think there should be some harmony, a little bit, you know. The Witcher devs are on the same shit today, attacking their audience. Then we don't buy the games, which leads to mass layoffs. Then they strike after losing their jobs because their games don't sell well. Well, that's the thing too. Is like there is a deleterious effect here potentially if you go too far with it. Again, I'm not opposed to people standing up for what they believe is right and what they believe in. I'm all for that, but I think there does need to be like, again, this is where the adults in the room need to be adults and be like, we're doing a job. We're running a business. Like, there's got to be limits here, you know, in how far we can take this stuff. And, you know, there's this whole idea of like, oh, they hate us. They hate gamers. And it's like, I think there's some truth to that with, you know, depending on where you look. And like, that is a problem. It's like, if that's the case, you need to find a new industry. You know, it's okay to have a little bit of, like, you don't have to love every fan and every audience you have. You don't have to love them. But if you reach a point of disdain and resentment, like, that's a problem. You're going to sabotage yourself. You're going to sabotage the people around you. And you might not even be planning on doing that, but it will come through, you know? Alvin, a member for 25 months. Thank you for that, buddy. You're saying it's the same mentality when the Double Fine devs said we're going to pitch a trash game to see if Microsoft will fund it, rebellious instead of gamer focused. Dude, that was crazy to me. I'm like, that's fucking wild. And there's like a small part of it that I'm like, righteous, man, you know, like, stick it to him. But then you also have to remember, but like, are you guys going to make a good game though? That, because that's like kind of what that's kind of like the whole reason we're here. You know what I mean? It's a weird thing, man. I don't know if it's always, I mean, perhaps it's always been like this. I'm just more aware of different things now. I want to make it something clear though, too. Like, I don't think you need to get like Duke Nukem to replace Hermen Hulst. You know, I don't think you need to get like some, you know, like a guy that's like, I'm only like, every game's got to have a cigar smoking badass in it. Like, it doesn't got to be that either. It's just got to be normal. And normal to, you know what? Normal isn't the right word. Let me take that back. Because what is normal? Try to appeal to your audience. Get a nerd. Yeah, get somebody who knows, like, what are people, like, what are your fans actually really engaged, like, what do they really like? And then take it from there. And, you know, it's fine to experiment sometimes, but it's just like, again, man, like, again, why are we not seeing any of Sony's, they have a treasure trove of IP, and I understand it's like, well, most of these IP didn't sell in the past, but that means you can't give it another go, at least for one of them? That's what I'm talking about. It's like, no, let's give fucking Project Gummy Bears money. That's the type of stuff I'm talking about. It's like, what do you mean? You know what you should have done? Those people you took away from Bungie and made their own studio called Team LFG, you should say, we want you to reboot Resistance. Because you're experts at FPSs and sci-fi. like, it's like, oh, I get it. By the third Resistance game, it was selling really badly. Okay, yeah, but how many years ago was that? Let's give it another shot. This is what I'm saying. Like, why? Like, you don't even have an FPS, Sony. You don't even have an FPS. What are you doing? Yeah, do something with the Order 1886 at this point. It's frustrating to talk about, man, because it's like I know it's not that simple. I know there's a lot of red tape involved, but it's like somebody's got to grab the bull by the horns here, because if somebody doesn't, the rate shit's going. You know, best we can do is hire a blue-haired liberal arts degree holder who hates games. Well, this is why I'm so curious about something like God of War Lao Fei, because based off of what I've seen of this game so far, I know there's a little bit, like, the writing is a little bit sillier, you know, and it comes off a little, like, certainly less serious than what we've seen in God of War, and I'm okay with that. Like, I just want to know how that's gonna play out, because there's a lot of people that they believe God of War Lao Fei is that. Like, they believe this is the whole culture seeping in, and here we go. Of course, it was just a matter of time until you have a game where you're starring as not Kratos, but Kratos' wife. And it's like, okay, well, hold on. They're saying all the right things, in my opinion, where they're like, this ties into Kratos' story. You know, she's not going to, well, as far as we can tell, they're not propping up Faye at the expense of Kratos, from what I can tell. And I'm like, that gives me a lot of hope that, like, they understand, like, you need to treat all of this with respect. And I think that's all people really are looking for, is just some semblance of respect, of, like, you have a fan base. People care deeply about a lot of this stuff. You want to make decisions, you want to do different things, but just try to treat what's already there, you know, with some level of respect. And I think, unfortunately, yeah, there's too many people that have, you know, they have not carried the torch. They've extinguished the torch. And they said, I'm doing my own thing, whether y'all like it or not. And I think that, yeah, people get pissed about that. They're like, why would you do that? Like, go do your own thing. And I've made that argument many times before, and I'll continue to make that argument. Like, a lot of times, these people, you have to ask yourself, like, why do these people who have no talent and no, like, they have no respect, they have no talent, they don't care about any of this stuff, why do they end up why do they try to force themselves in here? Because they know if they can get their hands on something that's already established, they get their audience. You know, they want the glory, but they don't want to do what's actually required to get there. They want to steal it. And it's an extremely unfortunate mentality, but it is something that we have seen time and time again. And it's like, that shit's got to stop. So you, aka Mr. Hamster, says, PS needs someone with aura. Like, sure, Phil Spencer's bad at his job, but dude's like a cool dad. Look how Xbox fans love him. Needs someone that cool. If we could get that's why Shuhei Yoshida was so perfect. And people like, even like Andrew House, like, they were personable, you know, they had charisma, but they were good at what they did. You know, they understood these things. And it just seems like it's lacking these days, man. Like, Christ, PlayStation has become the most fucking sterile. It's like disgustingly sterile, dude. It's like, are there even humans working there anymore? And I don't want to place all the blame on PlayStation alone. Things are toxic out here these days. Like, I don't blame them for being protective and wanting to be more quiet, but it's like, I don't know, man. We're so far away from, I feel like some serious mistakes have been made over the last 6 years, not just at PlayStation, but across the industry, that have left people bitter, pissed off, frustrated, and looking to, you know, express that. And I think that's why, like, I try to be careful. It's hard sometimes. I try to be careful to not fall into that trap of, like, everything's great, and if you're not on board, you're just being a negative Nancy or something, or a negative Nelly or whatever. It's like, no, man, like, there's legit problems, and some things have gotten demonstrably worse. And when you trace it back, you can see where some of these massive mistakes were made. And it's like, the unfortunate reality of a lot of the business world is the people who were responsible for making these mistakes and doing the damage, they just get their fucking golden parachute and they get to walk away richer than ever. And everybody else is left to pick up the pieces. And a lot of times that does have a deleterious and genuine impact on the audience, on the actual customers. And I think we're feeling the repercussions of a lot of that, We're feeling it. Like, honestly, I think it's like when I look at Wolverine, like, I think some people are genuinely upset with Wolverine, like some people just have problems with the game that they're like, yeah, this is not what I wanted. And that's fine. But I genuinely think that a lot of people are just at a point where like anything I can get my hands on, because people feel ignored. People feel like they've been thrown to the side, and it doesn't make everything justifiable. It doesn't justify everything, but it's just like, I think that's a general sentiment that a lot of people have right now. And the question is like, what recourse do you have? And it's like, before it felt like if we got to a certain point, I'm only giving you a few more. There's already treats up there, dude. It felt like before, if we got to that point, the people in charge would listen and they would try to ensure like, okay, well, we might not be able to do everything, but we can try to do some things. And that was usually enough to like make people feel, okay, well, at least you're listening, at least you're trying. The way things are these days, Xbox, you could say, is not doing this, but after everything that happened with Phil Spencer, you can't blame anybody for not giving a shit what Xbox has to say anymore. Like, hear you. Like, what does that actually mean? You know what I mean? Boss is losing weight, you think so? As he eats treats. And I think it's just where, like, yeah, people just want, gamers, I think they just want to feel like they're being heard to a degree. And that, I don't know. In some instances we are, but in a lot of others, it feels like, I don't know. We're just kind of, and yeah, it's what leads to people like me becoming so apathetic. Because it's like, oh, yeah, what am I going to do? Like, they're not listening. Like, who cares what I have to say about Hermen Hulst? It's like Herman's actually listening. What if Herman was listening? And he's like really upset. What if Herman's doing some of this to spite me? And you. I'm kidding. Well, you never know. You never know. Okay. We have Easy Tone with a $10 super chat. Thank you, buddy. He says, when I think back, the best PS5 era games started before Herman. Even sequels felt a bit lesser / missing something. Spider-Man 2 versus the other Spidey. Saros didn't have Returnal's fall or full juice, etc. Yeah, and that's why I think like there's a potential reckoning coming with specifically Herman and some of these studio heads, because it's like we're getting to that point where you can't really coast anymore. The fact that there's so much ire around Wolverine to me is eye-opening. Like, I personally think the game looks great, but it's like people are, it hasn't been 10 years. It's been 8 years. But I want you to think back to when people saw Spider-Man 2018. You remember when people saw Spider-Man 2018? They were fucking on cloud 9. The hype was real. The hype was through the roof. And God of War 2018, the reboot, people were fucking falling out of their seats. It's true that, like, you can't just keep iterating and doing the exact same thing. You're not going to see the hype maintained that entire time. Oh, yeah, true. You're right. Puddlegate. You're right. I did forget about that. But what's funny is, like, it felt like that was genuinely a small group of people. from what I remember. Like, it was a small group of people who were like, mostly everybody was like, "Are you kidding me?" You know, there were some haters and some people that were still trying to push it, but it felt like, I don't know, there was just something in the air that no matter how much people tried to tear it down, it's like you can't deny, like, people want this. They're excited for it. You know? Puddlegate, I think it was like people were focused on the puddles in like a demonstration of the game or the final version of the game. And they were like, "Oh, it was a massive downgrade or something," you know, compared to what they showed at E3 or whatever. And people were, you know, they were basically calling out Insomniac and being like, you know, downgrade. But yeah, and that was kind of nonsensical. But like, something like that can be seen as like kind of surface level. You know, like, bro, you're crying over a puddle, get over it. That's not what you're seeing. Like, it's kind of ironic because now with Wolverine, arguably the graphics are way better. Well, not way better, but like the puddles look way better now than they did then. And yet that's not what people are. No one cares. You know, it's like the things that people are complaining about are like not puddles. They're complaining about almost everything else. And I'm like, there's something revealing here. I'm not saying it's all justified. I think a lot of it is just people looking to take their shit out on whatever they can. But there's something to it here where like if I was Herman or I was the head of any of these studios, I would be very aware of like, yeah, exactly. It's like foreshadowing. Like, bro, your momentum and your inertia is coming to, you know, like you have to figure. I'll put it this way: Sony has to generate the next wave because they're coming down from the last one. It's not going to seem like it. This is why we're calling it foreshadowing. Yes, your next 6 months are going to be the most profitable you've ever seen. But we're talking about, again, it really kind of all funnels into next gen where it's like you can keep doing these things. There's nothing, I don't think anybody's necessarily opposed of like these studios making these games. But the time is coming where it's like, Sony, you have to start producing more novel things. Things that genuinely feel like, wow, this is a little bit and to be fair, like, I want to give Sony proper credit here. Like, they have been trying to do that. You get something like God of War, Sons of Sparta. That's different. Don't know that that's what people wanted. Like, this is where it's like, I feel like, I'll be honest, like, I feel like I think what Sony needs now more than ever, and I want you to think about this for a second. When you think back to the PS4 generation, and when these games started to get revealed, Bloodborne gets revealed, Horizon Zero Dawn gets revealed, Ghost of Tsushima gets revealed, Spider-Man 2018 gets revealed, you know, Death Stranding gets revealed. There was this feeling of like, we didn't get this type of stuff on the PS3. Like, you did get single player games. It's like comparing Uncharted 4 to Uncharted 1, right? Like, it's almost not comparable. Forspoken was the beginning of the end. Oh man. Yeah, I forgot about that game. But this is where, like, I think what Sony needs more than anything is to start showing games that genuinely look different, like single player games. That's the key, not live service, that look different from like, oh, this doesn't look like it follows the same formula. There isn't as much overlap as you would have expected. Interesting. You know, like what, like I think the time is coming for them to do that. Perhaps with like the PS6. I wonder if they'll be able to. Irvin, you're saying that's why I always say everything went to shit after we lost E3 because it was something that brought gamers and companies together, giving both sides a chance to interact directly. Yeah, I mean, there's no denying that the one thing E3 definitely facilitated was much greater competition. Like the need to really, you got to show up, you know? And these days, it does just kind of feel like, yeah, just do a state of play. You can reveal this at the end. That'll be exciting. And it's like, it's still something, but I don't know. I'm glad we're getting, like, I think a game like Until Dawn 2 is a smart move on Herman's part. I mean, we'll see how it turns out. Maybe it won't live up, but it's like, I could say that. Like, that's a step in the right direction, I believe. God of War Lao Fei, I mean, it's kind of in the middle. Like, it's still kind of the same in a sense. Like, it's not, it's like, people thought, the reason why some people were so disappointed when they showed God of War Lao Fei was because they're like, I thought we were getting a new IP. Easy Tone with another $10 chat. Thank you, buddy. He says, Wolverine hate isn't the problem. It's that even media that like to root for games say, yeah, it's pretty much what you expect. You can hear them trying to sound more positive. Sony used to wow us. Yeah, and that's where it's like, I think the novelty has worn off, where I don't think it's bad. Like, I think that's where, to me, the disconnect lies. Like, I think people look at some of the stuff that Sony's putting out and they're like, this is, I'm not talking about live service. I'm just focused on single player. They're like, this is bad. I'm like, no, it's not bad. I think a more accurate way to phrase it or to say it would be, it is what you would expect. And when you continue to get what you expect, you can still enjoy it. I still enjoy it. But there does come a time where, well, when can we expect something new or different? And that's where I think the live service thing is a problem, because anything they're trying to do that's different, you know, Marvel Tokon's kind of, I don't know, it's a bit of an anomaly because it's like, it is different, but like, that's not, like, I'm just waiting for Sony to do the thing, man. It's like, it's right fucking there, Sony. Like, why won't you do it? Why won't you get one of your studios to do it? Where it's like, reveal a fucking SOCOM reboot. I'm not saying that's going to be your big ticket golden item. But what I am saying is you're going to see people get excited. Suddenly, there's going to be a little conversation taking place where people are like, yo, do you see Sony revealed that new SOCOM? I saw that new SOCOM, man. Oh, that's okay. Like, just put out something gritty, something fucking cool. I don't know why Sony's so afraid to do this. It's like, you don't have to be Call of Duty Modern Warfare 4, man. Okay? Like, nobody's expecting you to fucking be at that level because there's 1,000 developers working on that game, and honestly, people are fucking tired of it. Mostly. I mean, or at the very least, people feel like that's all they get now. Like that, like everything feels like it's been homogenized. And that's why I'm like, I don't know, Sony. I think you have a golden opportunity. I know. Well, here's the thing, average couch gamer. You're saying, look up how many sales SOCOM had across the entire franchise. Please be realistic. But I want to point this out. Think of this for a second, average couch gamer. Sony's willing to lose billions on all these other live service games they've made that have literally, except for Helldivers and except for Marvel Tokon, so far they've all been absolute dumpster fires. And they've lost Sony, not only Sony money, they've shut studios down, and it's been a fucking disaster. I just feel, right? Like, okay, listen. If we make a SOCOM game, it can't be as bad as those. Right? Like, it might not be a massive sales hit. It might not be the next big thing. Might not sell 10 million, but it's like, it ain't going to be a Horizon Hunters Gathering, a Concord, a Fair Games, a Destruction All-Stars. It's actually going to, hold on, wait a second, have us an audience. And even though that audience might be small, they'll probably be loyal. And there is the plus side of we can continue to grow it if we actually establish something here. It's also worth noting that when the SOCOM games were big, like the multiplayer games were not really big at that time. This was well before the live service era, you know? Rainbow Six Siege is proof that you can make a tactical military shooter that, you know, has in-depth mechanics and absolutely make it a massively successful live service. I just think Sony doesn't have the balls. And that's what pisses me off about it, is it's like, I'd much rather see a fucking SOCOM come out and burst in the flames and die in 6 months. Sony would have so much more respect for me where it's like, salute, bro. Like, you fucking tried. And nobody can say shit anymore. I'd much rather see that than this fucking godforsaken trash we're seeing with Horizon Hunters Gathering, you know? And that's what bothers me, is like, at the bare minimum, like, even if Sony was like, we might be sacrificing money here, we might be burning money, it's like, yeah, you're already doing that. At least if you do it this way, not only do you have a better chance, but people will you'll gain some goodwill. People will notice, and that will help you. That will help you in a different way. But they're just like, nah, we're not doing that. It doesn't even have to be SOCOM. You could just call it whatever the fuck you want to call it. Make a military shooter. Make a co-op third-person military shooter. Let it have a single-player story. Make it super cinematic. Make it so... Fuck, I mean, take the Gears formula, for fuck's sake. I'm not saying the game has to be anything like Gears. Make it the opposite of Gears. Make it a tactical shooter. Make it something... Anybody remember Rainbow Six Vegas 1 and 2? Make it something like that. Modern day. You know, where you got a single player, you can play it cooperatively, you have a multiplayer experience, you can support that multiplayer experience. Like, for fuck's sake, what happened to game devs, man? Like, I just don't understand what happened. Like, why doesn't this shit exist on PlayStation from any of their studios? It's right there. There is an entire audience that is not being served. And honestly, this audience that's not being served, they have to go to other places that, sure, I guess it's good enough. But it's like, it's because their vision is obscured by like, but we're not going to make the billions and billions that Fortnite is making. Like, yeah, you're not. Accept it, you bitch. Like, Sony needs to accept it. They need to accept, like, your expertise at this point, if you're going to have any in live service, is not going to be conventional. Look at Helldivers 2, for fuck's sake. How did Sony not realize this? Like, how does Sony find this success with Helldivers 2 with Arrowhead, and they like don't realize, like, you need to do unorthodox shit, man. Like, you can't just follow the beaten path. That's not what they did, and look at what they got. Oh yeah, I forgot. I think they renamed Fair Games to Break-In. Well, here's what's interesting about that game. Apparently, this is what they're trying to do with that game. And I'm not going to lie to you guys. Like, I know I'm going to sound like I'm too bitter and burned and, you know, cynical at this point to say maybe it could be good, but I'm just going to... Spixman, you just read about it. I'm just going to say that, like, if the feedback they're taking in and the changes they're making for this game, they're calling it Break-In now, is like, we want to make it more realistic. We want to change the art style. We make it more gritty. We want the gameplay to feel more similar to something like Call of Duty or The Division or something like that. Okay. Huh. Okay. Maybe, just maybe. They're like, we're just making it so calm. But that's the crazy thing, is like, that's what Insider Gaming was reporting, is that, but here's the problem. And this is the problem that's affecting this game, that I'm like, uh-oh. even with all these changes they're making, apparently the feedback they're getting for this game Break-In, formerly known as Fair Games, is they're like, people are saying it's not very fun. And I'm like, okay, well, that's a more fundamental gameplay issue that, like it could be the inverse of Concord, where it's like, we got the aesthetic right, we got the look right, we changed all that stuff, but the game just sucks. Like that would be very unfortunate. Josh, you're saying Skill Up recently said the Switch 2 is the best right now, and he hasn't even typically showed much interest in Nintendo. Interesting. Yeah, I meant to talk about the Duskbloods during the stream. I might have to. I don't know. I'm so wrapped. I had a feeling this was going to take over like pretty much the entire stream, this conversation. Fair Games isn't very fun, boss. Sony, let's double down. Let's double down. I mean, dude. I will say I at least appreciate that they're fucking listening. Like the developers of Fair Games, I think, realize like, oh, we might be fucking cooked if we don't make drastic changes. I'll give them that. And that's where it's like, maybe I won't root for failure for your game if you're actually trying to do that. Like you're trying to actually save your, like you're like, oh, okay, we're writing this down. We don't want to be the next Concord. It's like, okay, I appreciate, because that's what was the whole rant I went on. Like, why aren't developers listening to us anymore? Why does it seem like they're ignoring us? If they're really trying to make serious changes to turn that game around, I will at least see what they have. You know what I mean? Like, okay. What if Fair Games is the only future Sony game with a physical release? Will you buy it? Yes. Yes, I will. Hold on one sec, guys. All right, sorry about that. Well, yeah, I don't know how much further I can. The problem with this conversation is it's just another repeat. I know a lot of you guys, and I very much appreciate it. You're still tuned in. You're still here to hear me talk about it, but it's because we're still getting news. Like, here's what's going on with Horizon Hunters Gathering. I don't know what Sony's going to do, but I do know that at least for the next 6 months, they're going to be fine. The next 6 to 9 months, they're going to be just fine. PlayStation's not necessarily in a bad place financially, or not yet anyway. Like it's just there are things they're going to have to do differently, and I'm not convinced that they're ready. I'm not convinced that they are prepared to do what's necessary unless they just wake up one day, and they might, and they're like, we get it now. Right? We get it now. But what did Dean Takahashi post? MBG, a lot of the devs are at least enough to notice they're turning into, or are hired and are self-centered wokies, only care about their ideals, and it sucks, and it shows in the new crap games. Yeah, and we were talking about that, Shadowlink, where it's just like it I've talked about this a couple years ago, well, throughout the years. It's like people who have no business being involved in anything creative are being hired for creative positions. And that's the scary part, man. And we have the Spick Span coming in out of nowhere. Spick Span comes in, drops 10 member gifts on you guys. And this is a great time for me to remind you that we have Morning with the Missus tomorrow. It's members exclusive. It's going to be a good time. We're going to be doing some P.O. box openings. So if you are a channel member, please tune into that. It's probably going to be around 9, 10 a.m. I'm going to say 10 a.m. I'm going to do a member drop at like 9. But Spickspan wants some motion. He also wants a member train.
All aboard!
Let's do it. Spickspan, thank you so much for that, buddy. I'll add that to the goal. If I can find it. Good stuff. Good stuff. Thank you for your use of the emojis, Ray and Petrov. Appreciate that. Well, yeah, that's true. Gamescom is around the corner. And that'll be fun. But it's just true, unfortunately, that like underqualified people. Let's be honest here. Exactly, Russell. You nailed it. Unfortunately, during this generation, there were too many people being hired based on their political views rather than their talent. And we are seeing some of the consequences of that. Shadowlink says, I'm going to drop some members, but I'll be on hiatus again for a little while. I appreciate that, Shadowlink. Shadowlink's like, I'm going to drop some members, but I'm going to be gone for a bit. You hear what I'm saying, son? Bro's gone for like a week, and he's like, I'm back. No, I appreciate that, Shadowlink. Yeah, we'll see. I mean, hey, if we can hit the goal today, that'd be great. Appreciate all the support you guys have been showing. I was certain that when I went to my appointment, oh my God, bro, I didn't think you were going to drop a 50.
Unjustifiably in a position that I'd rather not be in, but the cream will rise to
Bro
the top.
just dropped the 50. I didn't think that's what he meant.
Interference here. In my moment of glory. Yeah, no, I'm living in a nightmare, and I am the cream. On balance, off balance, doesn't matter. I'm better than you are, yeah. I'm on my way, and nothing is gonna stop me. Nothing's gonna stop me.
We got the shadow drop, bro. Yo, Shadowlink, I didn't think you were going to drop 50, man. I was thinking like, oh, he's going to drop 20, maybe 10. Bro just dropped the 50, and he got the motion. He got the motion, bro. Shadowlink, thank you so much. W's in the chat for Shadowlink. If you are here and you received a member gift, make sure you thank Shadowlink and Spickspan. Because somehow we just went from, bro, can we just take a moment to acknowledge, we went from 0 members to 60. Scream. You know, screaming is one thing I'm not comfortable doing. Like actual screaming. Because I feel like, although I'm turning really white again for some reason. Because I'm like, I don't want to blow out people's eardrums and stuff, you know? But holy shit. He came in with the shadow drop, man. Oh, the scream soundbite. Yeah, that's totally fine. This is basically, so how you feel about PlayStation these days? That's basically it. You know what, though? Hold on, I got one for you. There's this one, I need to make this a soundbite, and it's got to be, so like, hold on. I need to see if I can find it. Rogue Warrior? Again? I think I played this one recently, but it's absolutely worth playing again. When PlayStation fans have to find out about Herman's next wave of live service games.
So this
I had to skip forward a little bit here.
Little Ray pulling a prank on my.
Micah! Bro, what the fuck, bro? Bro! What the fuck y'all do?
I don't know.
What the fuck y'all? God damn! God damn! God damn!
What?
Fuck! Fuck! Fuck!
Oh man, I mean, like, it. God, that video is so fucking funny. Sorry, I don't have the video up, but do you guys know this video? It's a bunch of kids. They clearly, like, their dad clearly got like a new big screen TV, and they put that thing on the YouTube video where it makes it look like the screen's cracked, and the dad walks in, and that's his fucking reaction. But I feel like that reaction is so. It is so real and applies so well to Hermen Hulst and his time as the head of PlayStation, man. You know, like, what did you do? What did you do? Rather than give MBG memberships that waste my money, I'm going to waste my money on Sony's woke live service garbage. Spick span. Stop it. What is this, Irfan? Oh, dude, yeah.
Look at this shit.
Fuck!
Complete to Randy Moss. Touchdown, Washington.
Okay, so that was Snoop Dogg streaming Madden. I remember seeing that, bro. He walked away and just left his fucking stream on. Anyway, dude, I know there's got to be funnier sound bites out there. My goal is to have the funniest sound bites. I think the problem is I have to keep changing them. You know? Like, I can only use this one so many times until it's like, bro, we don't want to hear this anymore.
This is an incredibly exciting time for PlayStation.
Is it? This is an incredibly exciting time for PlayStation. No, it's not. Come on, bro. Well, I mean, it is. It is, but it isn't. It's like, Herman, as long as you're there, I'm just scared. God. I feel... Fuck! And years to go even further beyond. I can't... Dude. Well... Hold on. Let me see. You know what's weird is, like, I got to be careful sometimes too with most of these sound bites are fine. Some of them, though, on occasion, like there was that Robin Williams one you sent. Who sent me the Robin Williams one? That one actually got copyrighted. Bro. Shadowlink, bro. Brother.
Holy shit!
Shadowlink just dropped another 50 memberships.
Unjustifiably in a position that I'd rather not be in, but the cream will rise to the top. Oh yeah.
I feel so sorry if somebody has this blasting at like they're in their car or at work or something. Bro just dropped another. He just dropped 100 memberships.
I'm better than you are, yeah.
That's Shadowlink, folks. That's what he does. Those are the shadow drops that this man does.
Stop me!
Dude, I'm shocked. I didn't expect that, Shadowlink. I know you like to lurk in the shadows sometimes. But this is what he does. He comes in and he rains gifts on you guys. And this is awesome too because like I said, we're bringing back Morning with the Misses. This means more people are going to have access to it tomorrow and I'm looking forward to that. Because we have a good time with Morning with the Misses and I know she's looking forward to it and we got like I said, we're going to be doing a PO box opening tomorrow. First one with Mrs. MBG. Curious to see what we end up getting. Little nervous. I don't know. I didn't get that yet, Sparky Nuts. I did check the PO box again today just to make sure. Somebody named the Masturbator got a membership. Are you serious? You're right. Masturbator 7. Don't know that I want him in the stream tomorrow, though. Gonna be honest. I'm gonna be honest. I don't know that I want him in the stream tomorrow. Oh man, Shadowlink, bro. Sincerely though, thank you so much for that, man. You did not have to do that. You just did that out of the kindness of your heart, man. Like, bro was like, we're at 0 memberships. We got to get to 110. I don't know why. I don't know why he decided that. You know why? Because he loves you guys. He loves this community. We love you, Shadowlink. Thank you so much, brother. Crazy. I have to process this. You guys have been too kind. Really. Really. It means a lot. I always get nervous with August, by the way. Just want to put that out there. Every August, I get really nervous because YouTube is, specifically with gaming, it's August is notoriously bad, right? And there are a couple of months throughout the year that are like January sometimes can be wishy-washy, February, but August is usually the one where it's like, gotta watch out for that. There was this one year in August where things were going cataclysmically bad. So I just got to say that the support you guys have been showing the channel this month, and especially this past week, it's really meant a lot. So thank you so much for that. It's such a relief, and it's going to be nice to be able to go into tomorrow and the remainder of this month with kind of like, the pressure alleviated a little bit. So thank you guys so much for that. Irfan, what are you sending me now, bro? Hold on. I got one from Ray and one from Irfan.
No.
Ray sent this one. He says, hold on, what did you say here, Ray? You said, when Herman okays another live service game.
No. Wait.
That one always gets me, man. That one's pretty. I think it's at that point where people are kind of ready to not retire it, but it's been overused a bit. But it always gets me, especially the end. Irfan, let's see what you sent.
Fuck! Oh!
Okay, I never heard that one or saw that one before. That ending though. Okay, Irfan, thank you. Now what? Okay, I just want you to know a recommended video. A recommended video, it's 1 minute and 8 seconds long, next to this clip, is called Ocarina of Trump. I don't...
Link, it's time to get up.
Okay, dude, no. No. All right. Things are starting to get out of pocket real fast. Dude, it's recommended video, Home Stallone. We're going off the rest. See what you did, Shadowlink? Okay, there's another video, moaning in people's ears prank.
What? What's all that about?
Oh. What's your problem?
You got a problem? Do I know you? Better keep walking, brother.
Oh. Okay, dude, this is fucking awful. You know, I should bring this one up to watch. What is your, I gotta ask you guys this. Am I gonna get flagged for that one? You're right. Fuck. You're totally right. Do you think, shit. Fuck. No, you might be right. Gav says, what is this audio? Dude, it's a fucking prank video. I was going to bring it up, but now I'm like, oh no. It's titled Moaning in People's Ears Prank. And it's so it's just degenerate fucking behavior. It's these kids, like these teenagers. This kid goes up behind people who are shopping and just moans in their ear, and they're just filming the reactions. And so far, all of the reactions are exactly the same, where they're like, honestly, Gav, their reactions are exactly what you just said. Hopefully that doesn't, oh no. Oh no. Oh fuck. I didn't think that one. See, this is why I can never do this shit, because I am the person that immediately goes off. Like I immediately go in the direction of like, you're in trouble now. I hope this doesn't get flagged. What might happen now is YouTube might flag this this stream as 18 plus, unless I can. Ooh, I don't know. What do you guys think? Do you guys think I fucked up? Do you think they're going to flag it? This only happened to me one other time before. And what I did accidentally, some of you might know the story, was I was in a members lounge. It's another reason why I've had to cool it on the members lounges, because I would always go in these crazy directions. And I watched this AI video. It was Harry Potter, the first one, but it's ruined by AI. And there was this one scene. I got to even be careful how I describe it, but it, like, you know, when the kids go into the fireplace, it wasn't like crazy or looking or anything, but it was just the fact that it's like they're kids. And like, I didn't, you know, nobody's thinking that when we're watching this. We're just like, what is this weird stuff that the AI is doing? But oh, I hope this doesn't get flagged, because that's like really, my channel will be okay. God, that video's on YouTube. God damn it! And I don't think it's the video itself isn't flagged. It was uploaded 5 years ago. It's got 6.5 million views, which is nonsense. And it doesn't have an 18 plus rating. So there's no way I should get flagged for this. If I get flagged for this, I'm going to like, I don't know, I might have to appeal it, because like videos like this, in case you guys don't know what I'm talking about, basically I'm talking about if you go to click on a video and it tells you like, you know, you have to confirm you're 18 or older. So, all right, that's enough of that. See what happens. See what happens when we get 100 memberships at once. Anyway. No, you didn't, bro. Was quick only by saying it was a mistake. The algorithm will take consideration. Yes, listen, YouTube algorithm, I know you're listening. YouTube AI. I didn't know. I didn't know. I didn't mean anything by it. All right. We got to move on. We do have to. It's weird, but it is always listening. Yeah. It's a little creepy. All right, where are we at here? So I think we talked for pretty much 3 hours about Hermen Hulst, PlayStation Studios, and the state of PlayStation. Probably going to continue to do that. Somebody said Xbox is making Ryse 2. Is there any veracity to that? Or was that somebody just projecting their hope? Because I'll tell you something, if we get a Ryse 2 announcement, I'm actually like, you're going to actually see me get excited. Ryse Son of Rome, I'm going to be honest, guys, I think that game was judged a little bit unfairly. It wasn't incredible, but it was better than people made it sound. I mean, I remember when that game came out. Now, you know, it was an Xbox One launch exclusive. People were talking about it like it was trash. My experience with it, I enjoyed it, man. I played the thing from start to finish, and I was like, you know, there's just some games I get a little bit sad about when I think of. Ryse Son of Rome is one of these games. It's just there's just some things, man. It's weird the way it triggers memories. Like, I remember. So interestingly enough, like Ryse Son of Rome was not one of the first games I played on Xbox One. In fact, I was one of those people that I saw it was marketed with the Kinect, and I looked at the reviews, and I was a lot younger at the time, and I'm like, oh, you know, maybe I'm going to pass on this. I'm going to play other stuff. It wasn't until my cousin finally got an Xbox One, God rest his soul, and I guess this was the first game he played on it, and I remember talking to him, and he was like losing it over it. He's like, Johnny, this game's incredible. Like, he was gushing about this game. He loved it. He's like, this is one of the best games ever, man. He's like, you use the Kinect and everything. And it was funny because my cousin was not an Xbox player. He was always a PlayStation player, and he played on PC, but he was never an Xbox player. And when he was telling me about this game, I'm like, okay, I'm gonna play it. Like, I'm like, yeah, if you're this high on it, man, I'm gonna play it. And I was hesitant, but when I was playing, I'm like, bro, you're totally right. Like, I remember talking about, I'm like, you're totally right. And it feels weird. I almost feel guilty now, because one of the things that I actually remembered about Ryse Son of Rome is it had a multiplayer. And for those who don't know, like, there was like a Coliseum. It was like you basically played as a gladiator, and I did play it with him, but I remember he was always begging me to play that with him. And I played it for a little bit, but then I like moved on, and I'm like, I got what I wanted out of it. But he was really, really into it. You know, looking back, I wish I would have spent more time playing it with him. But yeah, man, if we get a Ryse 2, I'm actually going to be... That's not even a game I would have ever considered that Microsoft would make. And I still don't believe it. Like, unless we get like a leak or something. But was Ryse basically Xbox's The Order? Yeah, pretty much, Russell. It's the exact same thing, where it had great bones, and it had immense potential to be a huge franchise, I think, for Xbox. Just like The Order 1886 had massive potential to be a huge franchise for PlayStation, but they had much higher expectations out of the gate. You know, it didn't reach those heights. So if Microsoft greenlights at a Ryse 2, Microsoft doing what Sony won't. Come on, Sony. No balls, Herman. Greenlight The Order 1887. Let's make it happen. Reform, ready at dawn. Tarnish, what's up? Is The Order still worth it? I think so. Especially because, I mean, you can get a physical copy of The Order 1886 for what, like $10? Probably less than that, truthfully, at this point. For that price, I think it's absolutely... I think it's absolutely worth it. Snaggy, what are you saying? You're watching me from a jail cell? Are you serious? Ryse graphics still hold up because of CryEngine. Well, that's what's interesting about both Ryse Son of Rome and The Order 1886 is graphically they both still hold up. MBG, I think the leaker will release a new video showcasing the boat physics in GTA 6. I mean, yeah, it seems like they're going to be on the lookout. They're probably going to start showing everything. We got our first look with the latest leak of, and this isn't a spoiler, I'm just telling you, like, they showed they showed what it looks like to fire a rifle I'm not going to describe it or anything, but that was leaked. Well, I think people believe that Ryse 2 might get announced because I think it was Nate the Hate who confirmed that Xbox is announcing a new game, or a sequel, actually. A new game that will be a sequel to a more recent Xbox exclusive, a more recent Xbox property. And so one of the games that people thought of was, oh, it could be Ryse. And to be honest, I'm not sure what else it could be. It was confirmed that Killer Instinct, not confirmed, but another leaker confirmed that a Killer Instinct game was canceled. Some people were thinking it might be Killer Instinct. It's apparently not going to be that. MBG like war games no matter what the time period is. Yeah, I guess so. I mean, I come from a family with a military background, you know, so maybe it's in my blood a little bit, I suppose. I mean, dude, like I grew up watching war movies, you know, my dad, I don't know that it was good, but he, you know, he would, you know, I'm watching Black Hawk Down at 8 years old. Not sure that I should have, I mean, that movie's brutal, but it's a great movie. But yeah, it's just, my dad had a big influence on me in that way. I don't know if my dad wanted me to join the military, but you know, he was very military oriented. It was something he, you know, it defined him in a big way. And it's like when I told you guys the story of like the first PlayStation 1 game I got. You know, he takes me to this place called the Mart, and there's this game kiosk, and they have all these PS1 games up there, and I don't know what to pick. And he's like, "Oh, how about that one, Johnny?" And you know, and it was the original Medal of Honor. And the original Medal of Honor, if you look at the cover art, it's a World War II, you know, U.S. soldier from World War II standing there, pretty badass cover art still, holding an M1 Garand, and just looked cool, you know. And I'm like, okay, yeah, that's sure, let's go with that. And I sucked at it. Like, I played that game with another one of my cousins, and I always let my cousin play it because I was awful at it. I didn't know what I was doing. But yeah, I've always been into to shooters, into military type games, and over the years, I'd say I've actually expanded beyond it. You know, it really, I mean, when I was young, like it's like weird because there's such a strange dichotomy. On my PlayStation 1, it's like there's Medal of Honor and then a SpongeBob game. And then The Simpsons wrestling. So yeah, it was a very, very strange. You know what game I remember? I think about sometimes too. There was this PS1 game. It was a Jurassic Park game where it was a fighting game, and you picked dinosaurs, and you just fight fight other people. It's weird. It's a weird game. Even back then, I'm like, this is I guess, I don't know. It's funny because like growing up, I wasn't super into dinosaurs. I think that's a really popular thing with boys. You know, boys love dinosaurs. With me, I don't know. I was like, I guess they're kind of cool. But then I played Turok. I'm like, Turok? I'm shooting dinosaurs and shit? Like, okay. Anyway, let's talk about the Duskbloods, guys. Let's talk about the Duskbloods. And if you could do me a favor, if you're enjoying today's show, if you're enjoying the stream, please take a moment, hit that like button. We're at 127 likes. We try to get that up to 135, perhaps. I think that's pretty good. We'll keep pushing, see if we can get to 150. But I want to talk to you guys about the Duskbloods because I've been telling you how the next... I have to exit out of some of these. The next move at some point, I don't know when, the next move that I'm going to make to expand my gaming horizons will hopefully be a Switch 2. Now, I'm going to be honest with you guys. I really don't know. Whenever I do get a Switch 2, I don't know how much I'll play it. It'll probably be more of Mrs. MBG's console. You know, she's got a few Nintendo games she wants to play. You know, he's leaked the ending and I just accidentally clicked on it. Uh-oh. Already? Buzz, I'm so sorry, bro. But please, get that shit out of here. The Duskbloods currently is... This is the first time, I think, in... Well, I mean, since I was like 10 years old, where... Yeah, Irfan, I'm going to probably be moving that at some point. I got to figure out where, though. I can't take that panel off the wall. It'll rip the paint right off. Should have thought that through. But the Duskbloods is the first Nintendo exclusive that I'm like, I actually really want to play this. Like a must play for me. I didn't expect it. It doesn't seem like a game that would be a Nintendo exclusive. Like, it doesn't seem like a game they would lock down. But the Duskbloods is something I want to play. And so there's some information here. From Software is among the best Japanese game development studios still active today, but it is undeniable that the upcoming uncompromising Hidetaka Miyazaki and his team have long struggled with player onboarding in games like the Dark Souls series and Bloodborne. Although things significantly, improved with games like Elden Ring and its spin-off Night Rain, the Japanese studio still likes to just drop players into their games and let them figure out everything for themselves. Interestingly, improving the onboarding process was one of the reasons From Software partnered with Nintendo on the Duskbloods, which may release as early as next month. A perfect match with a company that is well known for the extensive onboarding and tutorials in all of its games. Nintendo is providing support for better onboarding. It says, in terms of the relationship currently and how we think it's going up until this point, the systems and the overall rule set of the game are very unique. And I think having someone who can constantly give us feedback, support, additional ideas, and the balancing, first of all, because these features are quite complex and difficult, having this relationship is definitely key to that. This is what Miyazaki said to IGN. It continues, also with the complexity of the systems, the onboarding tutorials, and making sure players understand how the game works and how to succeed in the game is something we've historically not been super great at conveying instantly. We've definitely just dropped players in and hoped they would figure it out. In this case, Nintendo is definitely the right partner for better conveying that information in a way that is understandable to the player. It definitely suits their strengths. With Nintendo providing guidance for a proper player onboarding, From Software is setting the Duskbloods to be a slightly more approachable title than most of its past titles, although it is clear from the first gameplay footage and previews based on the ongoing closed network test that the game is not going to be any less complex. With a surprising focus on aerial combat, I would have expected to see something like this more out of a studio like Team Ninja. However, as the final game is going to feature a lot of the content that players will be able to tackle at their own pace, according to Miyazaki-san, the Duskbloods is looking more and more like the perfect fit for the Switch 2. And it concludes by saying a possible September 2026 release. As for when players will be able to experience the game for themselves, From Software and Nintendo have yet to confirm the official date for the Duskbloods. According to The Guardian, though, the game is set to release on September 24th. Although media outlets that took part in the preview round were told not to reveal it, as it is still in flux. Hopefully another release date will be picked, as launching in late September would put it in direct competition with other heavy hitters like Silent Hill Townfall and Control Resonant. And yeah, if I were Nintendo, I would absolutely move that because, bro. Oh, is it that bad, Buzz? It's that bad? Uh-oh. Hold on. Give me 1 second here, guys. Trying to see something real quick here. Sorry, I'm sorry for the silence. I'm trying to see, like, I'm trying to figure out if what you trying to figure out if it's real or not. I'm not sure that it is. Doing hopefully. Yeah, so Buzz, I'm going to tell you, I'm almost like 100% certain that it didn't actually leak. Well, I saw a couple things pop up when I looked it up, and you got to be, I'm going to say be careful, because one of the things that's happening, and I got the other day, one of the things that's happening with these GTA 6 leaks is people are making very convincing AI videos, and they're like slapping the watermarks over it. Excuse me. So the one I saw, and I don't mind saying it because it's like it was AI, is it's trying to show like Jason and Lucia like they're having some kind of standoff with one another or something, and it's like, no, that's not real. Like I watched like a good couple like a good like 20 seconds where like that is AI. That's not from the leaker. And I'm saying this because there are many people right now trying to put out these AI generated videos and trying to make them as convincing as they can, and they're trying to make it seem like it's coming from these leakers. But I saw one, it was either yesterday or the day before, that I thought for a good minute, I'm like, this is real. Yeah, that's not real, Buzz. Yeah, I saw that too. That's an AI generated video that somebody made. And you got to be real careful because, well, I mean, I guess you don't have to be that careful. We have to be able to try to find, I think the Gaming Leaks and Rumors subreddit has been a pretty good source so far, from what I could tell, where they filter out the real versus the fake ones. Like yesterday, there was a fake one that was posted and it was like immediately removed, but then this morning the real one was posted and that's still there, because it's like, I don't know where, the thing is, I don't know where. I saw one where Jason joins the Green Lanterns. Yeah, man. I don't know where these leakers are posting this stuff originally. Like, I don't know where the origin source is from these leakers, but that one's real, Buzz. Yeah, that one's legitimate. But I saw this one yesterday that I thought like, it was so convincing looking, but then there were just a couple of scenes where I'm like, well, that doesn't look right. And like upon further inspection, I'm like, oh wait, yeah, this is AI. So people are trying very hard to get attention here. Yeah, I'll tell you guys, that one with the plane, that one's real. So something else I'll tell you is, like, I don't know what these hackers, I don't know exactly what they're planning on doing or how they're going to do it, but it's more likely that they're going to drag this out. Because keep in mind, they're I didn't realize this at first, but yes, they are trying to get people to buy their cryptocurrency or to invest in it. And so there is a selfish motivation here. Because of that, I'm going to say they're going to try to drag this out as long as they can. They're not going to give the goods just yet. So I would, like, if they're going to leak story stuff and try to leak the ending, they're probably going to make a really, really big deal about it. Supposedly they're releasing a playable port. Oh God. They do something like that. Fuck, man. I don't even know. I mean, what happens at that point? My question is, if they were to release a playable version of the game for people to illegally download, how do they contain that? How do you contain that? It's Trump's team's behind all of this. Oh, if it's the source code, yeah, that's. Oh man, I don't know. It's turning into a disaster. Which, I don't know that I want to see it taken this far. Like I don't want the game ruined. I don't want Rockstar ruined. I don't want things to go so bad that it's like, well, it's all burning now. Now we can't get anything. I don't want it to go that way, but I don't know. I the more I see of these leaks, the more I start to really feel like I don't think there's anything Rockstar or Take-Two could do. I think if Take-Two Interactive could contact these hackers and say, how high do you want us to jump? And it wouldn't matter. I'm getting that feeling, there's more to this. Would I like to believe that these are like actual like white hat hackers that are trying to do something good for all of us, change something? Yeah, but I don't know that I'm convinced. I'm not sure. But something tells me that Take-Two Interactive is not going to take a chance to find out. Certainly not. Almost $3 billion off of Take-Two stock price from yesterday. Yeah, see, this is where it's like shit's starting to get real quick. No, they haven't caught anybody yet. I mean, it's going to be interesting to see how this unravels. No, I don't think they would do that, Snaggy, because that's the thing. Like, the fact that they're losing stock, their stock is going down. This is having a deleterious effect on them. So it's definitely not that. Another delay again. I mean, no, they're not going to delay it. The timing of this is also peculiar, where it's like I wouldn't be surprised if the people who were doing this, they were planning on doing this the whole time, but they were waiting for the right moment, and they're at a point where like there's no chance it gets delayed. Not over something like this. It's just not going to get delayed under any circumstances. No, Irfan, I didn't get to see the new Black Myth trailer yet. Maybe we could watch that to close out the stream, which I'll probably have to do that soon because I'm starting to get that pain, man. That pain. My body's telling me, like, bro, you got to move. You got to do something. Oh. Okay. All right. You think GTA looks mid? From Software's The Duskbloods leaks after Taiwanese outlet 4Gamers accidentally publishes hands-on preview ahead of schedule. Let me see. The leaked preview centers on Moonblood Bestowal, one of the scenarios that can end a match. In it, the 3 remaining players holding the most victory points at that stage are pitted against others in a small arena to determine the ultimate winner. Footage from the preview reportedly shows extremely fast-paced combat featuring double jumps, aerial combat, Bloodborne-style backstepping, summons, character transformations, and even gunplay. This comes on top of a separate data mine leak that surfaced earlier, reportedly revealing 14 playable character classes ahead of the game's closed network. The large roster leans heavily into body horror and gothic excess, with names like Blood Eater Walter, a disgraced blood hunter who descended into madness after killing his own sister. Dude, this sounds straight out of Bloodborne. Guillotine Gillian, and executioner slowly mutating from prolonged blood exposure. Bro, this looks like this sounds like a multiplayer Bloodborne game. Is anybody else getting that vibe here? And I'm like, this is kind of messed up. If I'm Sony, I'm like, hey, yo, what? Coffin Bear Maurice. Dude, this is Bloodborne multiplayer. He fights using an iron coffin housing a tentacle monster, and Gazer of Flesh Yuri, able to control enemies' blood with his gaze. One standout first shard reportedly can mimic techniques from other bloodlines entirely. There's leaked footage here. You see.
Our turn has come.
Okay, I'm not gonna play any more of that. Yeah, dude, this looks. I'm looking at the footage. This just looks like like a Bloodborne multiplayer game. The Duskbloods marks From Software's first ever exclusive for a Nintendo home console, first revealed via a teaser trailer during an April 2025 Nintendo Direct. It's an 8-player PvPvE title set in a decaying Victorian-inspired Gothic city where players take on vampire-like warriors called Bloodsworn. A separate rumor from a Chinese journalist with a credible track record of Elden Ring leaks claimed the game has been in development since 2019 and has received more gameplay prototyping and validation time than any other From Software title, including Elden Ring and Bloodborne. God damn. Yeah, I gotta be honest, man. Like, I think Nintendo got a big one here, like a really big one. Maybe I'll be wrong, but as somebody who is a big, fan of From Software and specifically the Souls games and Bloodborne. We can watch the gameplay now. Oh, did they release the Duskbloods gameplay? Is it not actually secret anymore? Yeah, I wasn't sure. Yeah, let's check this out, though. I don't know if I'm going to actually watch this version because it's got a strange aspect ratio. Okay, I guess this is just the aspect ratio that they've released it in. All right, let's check it out. Well, hold on. Let me check a couple things first. Hang tight. See if the Duskbloods gameplay is out. Okay.
After spending 8 hours...
Dude, holy shit. This looks like Bloodborne. Like 2. All right, so we'll watch this on the Duskbloods, and then we're going to watch the Black Myth, and then that'll wrap up today's video. I'm not going to be able to get to the sales data, unfortunately. I got to do a better job with this shit. It's always the same thing. All right, let me set this up so we can watch it together. Guys, do me a favor if you haven't already. Please take a moment. Hit that like button, okay? Hit that like button. Helps out the stream. Where'd my YouTube capture go? Why is that gone? Okay. I got it. We're good. Let me get it set up so that we can actually. All right. So this is a 4-minute video. It's a preview. Well, no, it's not actually a preview from GameSpot. It says, what is the Duskbloods From Software Switch 2 exclusive gameplay explained?
After spending 8 hours with the Duskbloods technical test, I finally understand what this game is. So let's start at the beginning. The Duskbloods has been labeled as a PvPvE game, and that's not entirely wrong. You and 7 other Bloodsworn explore a map crawling with enemies. Killing these enemies, not necessarily other players, and completing objectives awards you with virtue. The players with the least amount of virtue are culled over a series of rounds until 3 remain. The final 3 are then transported to an arena where they duke it out for first blood, a mysterious substance that the Bloodsworn are hunting down. Matches last roughly...
I mean, does this not look like Bloodborne, guys? Like, it's kind of crazy. Wait, how have I disgraced myself again? Yeah, Jedi guy, I just got that, man. Give me 1 second and I'll go check real quick. Hold up. Hang on, guys, hang on. See what's going on here. This just turned from a GTA 6 leak into a full-blown security story. Oh, what is this? The GTA 6 leak just became much bigger than some gameplay leaked online. A person/group calling itself CyberLeak now appears to have access to a playable GTA 6 build, not just a folder of pre-recorded videos. The biggest clue, the latest footage, the player deliberately shoots bullets into a wall, and they spell leak. That means whoever's behind this appears to be controlling the game themselves. CyberLeak claims this is a protest against the gaming industry's increasingly anti-consumer practices. How does an unreleased build, probably the most protected game in the world, leave the development pipeline? Was it an insider, a compromised developer account, a third-party contractor, stolen credentials, a supply chain compromise? We simply don't know yet, and that's important because I've already seen people trying to turn this into proof that AI/open source hacking tools are responsible. Oh, shit. There's currently no evidence of that. Rockstar already suffered a separate third-party data breach earlier this year, but there's also currently no public evidence connecting the incident to the leak. God damn. The real story of this ultimately could be how this build escaped in the first place. Yeah. I mean, that is kind of freaky to think, man. Like, how does something like this happen to this degree? Like, again, I think we all knew Rockstar would be targeted, but like, you have to imagine this is the most protected game in history. For it to be this compromised is like a genuine, like, what the fuck is going on, bro? That's horrifying. Like, I didn't think of that. The person said, as of right now, there's no evidence that AI was involved. But that's horrifying if it's like, actually, yeah, they used AI tools to do this. Oh boy. Oh boy, that's gonna change the world overnight. That would change the world overnight. So yeah, I don't know, man. We're gonna have to keep an eye on this. Might have to cover this shit. This is this is something. Maybe an inside job. It leaked out. I don't know, man. Like 50% Indian development. What the F? Wait, what are you talking about? Oh, you know, it's on Twitter. So we'll continue this Duskbloods video, but I want to say on Twitter, I kept seeing Rockstar India trending. Maybe that had something to do with it. Shit, man. Yeah, I don't know. It's going to be a really big deal, though, however whenever we find out like what led to this, I think Rockstar and Take-Two Interactive are praying that it was an inside job or something. Because if it was outside, that's going to be scary. Yeah. Look at Hugging Face Breach by AI. Oh man. Shout out to the Force Ghost Army for confirming. Yeah, I don't know who they are, but shout out to those guys, bro. Oh yeah, cheap labor in India, plus abundant IT workers. Oh yeah, okay, that would be interesting too. That would, I mean, dude, yeah, that would actually make a lot of sense if they're outsourcing a lot of shit to India. I mean, no offense to India. No, we're not blaming Indians. It's just, I don't know. We're not blaming Indians, but we're blaming Indians. Well, to be fair, I mean, it doesn't really matter where you're doing it does matter where you're doing your outsourcing, but that kind of shit can happen anywhere with outsourcing. But I don't know, man. We'll find out. But Jedi Guy, yeah, thank you for sending that my way, man. We'll see what happens. Gonna be very, yeah. The next week's gonna be weird, man. All right, let's go finish checking out the Duskbloods. I am just utterly shocked at how much this looks like Bloodborne 2 or Bloodborne multiplayer.
Roughly 30 minutes and are split into 4 phases. Bloodsworn must choose how to spend their limited time. They can kill basic enemies to level up, hunt down bosses, track down objects and items that award virtue, and so on. The key is to be efficient with your time. As you explore the map, you might run into other players. You can duke it out, but in most cases...
Yeah, I will say, I'm looking at the graphics. You can tell this is a Switch 2 game. You can tell it's a Switch 2 game. Maybe they'll even move the date up. Oh, that'd be interesting. The biggest question we have to ask is, will Sony pivot if GTA 6 tanks? I don't know. Like, not in this way. Honestly, I don't think so. Like, if we were to view it as like GTA 6 tanks, but the reason it tanks is because like a build of the game leaked out and people are downloading it, and it's, I don't know, it's just like a whole cluster, and it somehow like massively affects the sales of this game. Unfortunately, I don't think that would make Sony go, we're going to change our mind now. I think the only way unfortunately Sony would change their mind is if a genuine successful protest occurred and boycott occurred where people said, we're not buying this game because there's no physical, and then the sales reflected that. Then they would be like, our bad. I hate to say that. But, we'll see, man. We'll see. Who knows? Maybe maybe shit's going to get so bad with this that Rockstar's like, we're doing a physical disc. We're doing it. Please, God, stop. Oh, jeez. Got the hiccups. I doubt
fighting other Bloodsworn won't net you any virtue. There are exceptions to this, but typically fighting another player just wastes precious time. Alternatively, you could forge an alliance with them, which will prevent you and your new friend from accidentally hitting each other. The alliance dissolves if both make it to the final round. At the end of Phase 2 and 3, ritual sites appear on the map. Inside these zones, players will find stationary columns of light that can be claimed. Holding onto these pillars nets you a good amount of virtue. These segments almost play out like a game of King of the Hill. Multiple Bloodsworn converge on a ritual site and battle it out for control. However, holding onto these ritual sites isn't the only way to earn virtue. Killing other players within these zones also rewards you with points. This allows players to...
I gotta be honest, this game looks fucking awesome. Like, is it just me? But with the leaks of GTA 6 gameplay, people probably had less interest in the Netflix showcase. Yeah, I mean, Netflix is probably fuming. You know how much money they probably paid for it? Fully understand your perspective, brother, but I have to say that GTA 6 was the cornerstone of why they felt emboldened to try the stupid shit. That's very true. Yeah, I agree with that completely, Jedi. I mean, I feel like I've stated numerous times, I think Sony kind of wanted to hide behind GTA 6 a little bit, like let GTA 6 be the spearhead, and Sony will kind of just, you know, do it with them. There was that report that Sony was very much expecting fierce feedback or negative feedback. And, you know, honestly, when it comes to the idea of Sony, you know, should we hold on to any hope that Sony will reverse their decision? I mean, I'll leave that up to you. I don't know, man. Like, I have this kind of like bad feeling that if things were to go really badly for PlayStation under any, you know, it's like, oh, the PS6 is flopping, or, you know, suddenly things are just going downhill for them financially. I don't think they would look to bring back physical games. Like, I think they would view that as like, that would just lose us even more money faster. I think that they're more likely to do something, I don't know, like start to back out of things and cut down costs in even more places. I don't know, man. I don't mean to be so defeatist and negative about that, but it's just, I don't know. I don't know what it would take. There's the only, I hate to say this, but the only thing that I believe would actually force Sony to go back to discs, in all seriousness, like this is the only thing that would make them go, fuck, we have to do it now. This is the only thing at this point. Xbox has to announce they're going to be doing next-gen disc games. If Xbox announced that, Sony would literally have to come out and be like, okay, our bad. Yeah, we're doing PS6 discs. That's the only thing. But we'll see.
To take a more offensive or defensive approach in the final few minutes of Phase 2 and 3. However, you don't have to go to the ritual site. You can chase other objectives, but you'll likely fall behind the pack if you do. At the end of Phase 2 and 3, 2 Bloodsworn and 3 Bloodsworn are culled respectively. The final 3 players are warped to an arena to throw down. Fundamentally,
God damn, this is like a battle royale almost.
Plays like Elden Ring or Bloodborne. You have a light and heavy attack, a block and a roll, and a ranged weapon. However, the Bloodsworn are a lot more mobile. They can jump incredibly high
crazy,
and dash
Sparky.
mid-air to cover more ground. Each character has a unique melee and ranged weapon and 2 skills tied to a cooldown. In the technical test, players will be able to choose from 6 different characters: Albert, Trang Lon, Bloodhand Jan, Sniper Layla,
Bloodhand Jan,
Patris, and Zork. Each Bloodsworn
was
fits
just
into
Albert.
a From Software character archetype we've come to expect. There's an added wrinkle to matches though. Inspired by tabletop RPGs, the Duskblood introduces a customization mechanic called sigils. These items alter a Bloodsworn's backstory and encourage
It's a
role-playing
Souls
within a
MOBA.
match by giving your character specific objectives.
Seems like it,
Rival
yeah.
Bloodsworn are assigned passive sigils based on your sigil and unknowingly play a role in your quest. For example, one sigil marks another player as your sworn enemy, and hunting them down will earn you extra virtue. Another one tasks you with tracking down an old friend and forming an alliance with them. One particularly interesting sigil has you find your lost love, who also happens to be another player, and propose to them. These sigils get more complicated as you progress, but they are relatively simple for the purposes of the technical test. In between matches, you return to a hub area called the House of Night, where you can customize your Bloodsworn, wail on a training dummy, and presumably talk to other characters. Though most of these areas within the House of Night are locked down for the technical test. That's an overview on how a typical match plays out in the Duskbloods. Check out our in-depth preview or interview with game director Hidetaka Miyazaki if you'd like to learn more about From Software's Nintendo Switch 2 exclusive.
Well, damn, man. I mean, it looks even better than I expected it to. I gotta be honest. It makes me wish it wasn't a Nintendo exclusive. This would be great to have everywhere, but Nintendo locked it down, man. Can't blame them. Can't blame them. It looks good. All right. We'll check out one more thing. Guys, if you want to drop any more support, I'm going to say now is the time to do it. We're going to... Oh, wow. This is... Okay, I didn't realize it was this long. We're going to check this gameplay out. Although, I might have to... Hold on. I have to alter... I have to do something real quick. Oh. That Ride or Die Jedi guy with a $5 super chat saying, not going to lie to you. If Xbox was ever going to pick a moment to pull that card, it's going to be the second GTA 6 gets stomped. I give it 70-30 at the moment. The idea of GTA 6 getting stomped, man. I don't know. I don't think it will. I don't know. Even if it were all to go south, I still get this feeling GTA 6 is somehow still going to come out on top. But I'd love to see Xbox get vicious like that, man. I'd love to see Xbox go for the juggler. Do it. Come on. All right, let me bring this up here. Yeah, guys, listen, I'm going to put this gameplay up. We're going to check it out of the new Black Myth game. And this will be how we close out the stream. Like I said, if you guys want to drop any more support, do it while we're checking this out. And then we're going to head out. We'll be back here tomorrow morning for Morning with the Misses. It'll be at 10 a.m. I'm going to do a pre-stream member drop at 9 a.m. All right, 9 a.m. for the pre-stream member drop. 10 a.m. we'll move into the member stream with Morning with the Misses. So please be there if you're interested. And I'm sorry, I don't know why this is taking me so long. I have to adjust this screen because it's not... I did put it like this. Because it's... I don't know why it's like this. Oh, yeah, you need an order form for the cookies, bro? Yeah. I'll get back to you on that. We'll see what we can do. Oh, yeah. I gotta say real quick, too. I know we're supposed to watch this gameplay. I just want to say, she made another batch of cookies yesterday. They were sugar cookies with, like, amaretto frosting. Goddamn. Like, yeah. I think there's a couple more in the fridge. What do you think I'm going to do as soon as we're done here? Diabetes is real too. Yeah, it is. I mean, geez, man, those trees look... That's AI, man. You see that? Like, I'm not saying like a bad way. It's just it looked very reminiscent of like the AI DLSS 5. That's kind of what it looks like, doesn't it? You know what I'm talking about? Like the upscaling. It just makes it look super photorealistic. DLSS5 is the future, MBG. At least the soonish future. You think so? Animation works really good, which is to be expected, I suppose. It looks good. It looks good. Oh, that little, that kick was good. That looked really good. I like the art style too. It's like a bit gray, darker, but I like it. Game looks ridiculous. Shame on the West. Nice parry. What is the name of this? It's Black Myth Zhang Kui. It's number 12 on trending right now on YouTube. Bro, what? What are these Chinese game studios on, though? They released Black Myth Wukong 2 years ago. Not going to lie, bro. I'm actually a little concerned at this point for American-based gaming development studios if this is the level of quality we're getting overseas at this point. Yeah. I mean, that's fair, man. It looks very good. Oh, shit. It looks very good. To me... I don't know. There's something about that. I'm really liking the sword-based combat. Like it does look different and more distinct from Black Myth Wukong. Remember the first time we saw Wukong, everyone's jaws dropped by the time it came out. The graphics didn't feel revolutionary anymore because several years have passed. It's the same here. Yeah, we'll see. I mean, it looks like we're reaching the upper limit here of graphical fidelity, to be honest. But it's possible. It's not just the graphics, it's the animation, variety, and quality here. Substantial. Yeah. Yeah, it looks good, man. It looks good. Yeah, I didn't think we'd be getting a look at gameplay this soon, to be honest. Yeah, this is the new Wukong game. Shift Up just hired a DEI executive for Stellar Blade sequel. Are you serious? Bro, that water. Oh my god. Are they serious right now? Black Myth Wukong's budget was only 40 million. That's nuts. Respectfully, I don't think we've hit that just yet. Look at the actual graphical interactions and cross-reference and shading in the overall secondary and tertiary detail interactions. It's very much such a level on console-based immersion that can and must happen for at least several more generations. Yeah, I mean, I always find myself surprised just how much better things do end up getting. You know? Even when I think we hit the limit. Oh god. Holy shit. hell? Oh my god, dude. Dude, the animations are crazy. These games are breaking records because they give people what they want. If Western studios paid more attention to gamers, there wouldn't be much difference between East and West. That's true. Yeah. Post-it notes. He took the DEI part out of it in his LinkedIn, it seems. Like a... Oh, what? Oh, shit. I mean, the boss battle looks tough, man. Shit. Yeah, music's good. This looks great, man. Posh0976 decides to become a member, renew their membership. Posh, thank you so much, buddy.
Thank you. Appreciate it.
Does that take us to 111 today? I like how different. I didn't expect this to look so different from Black Myth Wukong, but it does, and I like it. I mean, if some random guy can build an actual Gundam in Japan without the weapons, I'm pretty sure that they decided they wanted #1 spot in gaming, it wouldn't be that hard. Part where he wiped his fingers across his blade with flames was cool. Yeah. Yeah, it looks damn good, bro. It looks damn good. Any release timing? I mean, shit, dude. That looks pretty incredible. Not gonna lie. I can't deny that I wasn't. I was not as impressed as I thought I would be when I first played the first game. And so going into this, I wasn't as. I didn't really know what to expect. I'm like, okay, it'll be fine, I guess. But it looks a lot better than I thought it would. We have Eddie Pooch with a $10 super chat. He says, just subscribed after finding out on Oh No, It's Alex that you're not a console/brand fanboy anymore. Well, thank you so much, Eddie. And cool. I'm glad that's being made known, you know. I still will play on PlayStation, obviously, but yeah, man, I'm in the process of expanding my horizons, and it's been an interesting process thus far. But I appreciate you coming by the channel, man, and subscribing, and thank you for dropping a super chat, bro. It's very kind of you. Appreciate all the kind words people have been saying too. Any love that people have been sending my way and the channel's way is very, very much appreciated. I can't deny I'm still a little bit of a sucker, I suppose. I still have hope that things will get better in the industry, that things will change, but we'll all just be going along for the ride and see what happens, right? Kind of unpredictable at this point. I mean, it's not getting better, not yet, but at least there's a lot of great games coming, you know? At least there's that. What more could we really ask for, I suppose? All right. Where are we at? Yeah, my fucking neck is killing me, dude. Like, I have to wrap this up, unfortunately, guys. Although we have been going for quite some time. Yeah, over 4 hours. Okay. Yeah, I got to wrap this stream up. I think I pushed it a little bit too far today. I this neck pain, bro. All right, yeah, guys. King Sam, you're saying you're excited for the next Black Myth. Loved Wukong. Got back into Sekiro yet, MBG? Not yet, King Sam. I will tell you though, King Sam, we were checking out the Duskbloods, and we were watching some gameplay of the Duskbloods. It looks very good, very, very good. Ray, you're excited for tomorrow? I'm happy to hear that, bro. I'm happy to hear that. Yeah. So just one last reminder as we wrap up here. If you are a channel member, and, you know, if you're not, keep this in mind. We're going to be doing Morning with the Missus tomorrow. I'm going to go live at 9 a.m. We're going to do a pre-stream member drop, where we're going to try to just get as many members as we can. And we're going to go into the Morning with the Missus after like 30 or 45 minutes or so. And we're going to hang out with you guys. And we have a P.O. box opening and catch up on some stuff. It'll be a good time. So if you remember, please look forward to that. I hope to see a lot of you guys there tomorrow. No worries, bro. Those cookies, I'm sure, will help you relax. Seriously, though, definitely need a Mrs. MBG Bakery order form ASAP. Well, yeah, she's in the process of setting some stuff up, or we will be in the coming weeks and months of setting up something, not for the channel, but something, you know, something we're going to be trying. I'll see if we can do something on the channel. I don't know. Like, I don't know how informal it could be or how formal I could make it. I know with with food items, you got to be, are we going to sell cookies? I don't know. We're thinking about it. I mean, Mrs. MBG, she's been practicing so far. She did like these massive chocolate chip cookies. I put a picture on the Discord. They were massive. Kind of like crumble cookie. They turned out really fucking good. I'm gonna get fat. And yesterday she did sugar cookies with amaretto, like this blue amaretto frosting, chilled. I mean, I don't know, man. She's my wife, so obviously, like, I'm gonna think anything she does is good. But she's been giving some of these out to some friends and family and asking for honest feedback. And I'll say, like, you know, a lot of the teachers, something she's done for a lot of the teachers at our kids' schools is, you know, at certain times throughout the year as a thank you, she'll like give them baked goods, and they like freak out over them. You know, a couple of the teachers were like, "Please tell us if you actually do stuff with this, because we will buy your baked goods." So, you know, we'll see what happens. You know, I don't know. I don't know how to do. I don't know how you would do like shipping and stuff with you know, baked goods. I mean, I'm assuming it would have to be like overnight type shipping. You know, it's got to be quick. Bro, I'm telling you right now, I will make it a monthly point to order, to come down to Jersey for the sole purpose of picking up a bulk order of MBG edibles. MBG edibles. Yeah, it's my new calling, or it's Mrs. MBG's calling. Hold on, let me see. What is this that just popped up? We'll see. I'll keep you guys updated. We're looking into some stuff. Can you give me some of those cookies? I mean, we'll see what we can do. It's going to take some time. We're trying to set something up more locally. Really, we have a tornado watch in effect? Are you fucking kidding me? This is becoming nonsensical, dude. We're getting like a tornado watch on like a damn weekly basis. MBG, please, I beg you, live stream your reaction to the GTA 6 Netflix extended look. I'll keep you on my laptop and watch it. We're going to do a watch party. You don't have to worry. You'll get my live reaction. No worries. Not overnight, but just make sure it's packed well. Yeah, we'll look into it because she likes baking. Mrs. Baked Goods. Anyone wants Mrs. MEG cookies for themselves? Give me a hell yeah in the chat. Hell yeah, hell yeah, brother. The cream rises to the top. For real though. Shadowlink, I know, dude. Shadowlink, we were talking about like a cheesecake for you, man. Yeah. Well, we'll see what happens. I will keep you guys updated. All right, I'll keep you guys updated. For now, I'm the tester of the cookies. I think next up she's going to be doing a test batch of possibly snickerdoodle, something peanut butter related. So yeah, I mean, we're getting nice and fat over here. Can we get a summary? Unfortunately, I cannot give you a summary. I am tapped out, bro. I'm sorry, Drum Man. But I'm sure Devil Shooter will do the timestamps. He does a great job with those. I have to end the stream so I can be here for tomorrow because I got to go lay down for a bit and rest. No mukbangs, no. All right, guys. That does it for today's stream. Massive shout out to Shadowlink. Bro dropped 100 gifts today. Thank you to any of the support you guys have shown. Those of you who gifted or became members, super chats, direct donations. Really, really appreciate that. We're going to get through this bad patch. We'll do it. Better days ahead. I appreciate that positivity and optimism, Tarnished. Yeah, thank you for hanging out with me today. Thank you for your support. Like I said, we'll be here tomorrow with Morning with the Misses. And other than that, I want to make sure to give a big shout out to Devil Shooter. He does the timestamps for the stream. If you guys see Devil Shooter with those timestamps, give him some thanks. Show him some love. I know he appreciates it. Stellar Blade might be censored. And yeah, RU46 N2 Ray in the chat. He's dropping the PO box, the Discord link, all that good stuff. You can also find that stuff in the description if you're interested in it. That's it. Hit that like button, guys. I'm going to go rest up a little bit. I will catch all of you in the next one. Okay, so till then, take care, everyone.